I wasn't happy about bestowers of eternity being seen. Everybody knew me. Why did they have to know that version of me? I wasn't that ghost. I never was that ghost, technically. That was a different ghost from a different world that was now gone. Of course, my life was gone. The 1920s were gone. But I still had a grasp on that. More of a grasp than I had on eternity. And this concludes another chapter of As Good as Eternity by somebody who did Dink mods in the early 2000s. And maybe we'll continue that next week. Welcome to another late night Purblind Gamer stream. I hope that everybody is doing well and has had a productive weekend. Or a relaxing weekend. But productivity is more important than relaxing. You know, we're adults now. Let the 12-year-olds have relaxing weekends. And frankly, they should be thinking about their college application essays, shouldn't they? Oh, well, live and learn. I'll know how to do it better next time I apply to college. If I even apply to college again. Hey, welcome in, Grey White Knoll. How are you doing? Yeah. I had a fairly good weekend. My roommates and I got to see Across the Spider-Verse yesterday. And, well, we watched Into the Spider-Verse on Monday, or Friday, because I hadn't seen it. And one of my roommates had it on Blu-ray. And then we saw Across the Spider-Verse in the theater on Saturday. And I was looking forward to it. Somebody I ran into at the strike said it was really good. And it absolutely was. I recommend it. That's a movie that might be worth seeing in theaters. And, oh yeah, and thank you so much, Itorama. You guys, please go check out Itorama. There's a lot of older games and some more modern games like Sea of Thieves. Oh, you live. I mean, that's good. That's good that you live, Great White Knoll. Glad to hear it. Yeah, it's a really unusual type of animation. Not like many other movies you see. I really liked it. It took a little bit of getting used to just because it was so different, but then I was like, wow, this is cool. As one of my roommates said, this is the only comic book movie I've seen that really looks like a comic book. And sometimes they'll have words or like numbers or thoughts appearing on screen, sometimes unobtrusively, sometimes pretty obviously. And yeah, really interesting plots too. Vaguely meta overtones. And plenty of funny moments. I don't go to the theater enough. But then again, not all the movies are good enough to really merit seeing in the theater. Oh, thank you to everybody who came out to my last couple of streams. Last night we played several short horror games. I think the incident at Grove Lake, or as I like to call it, Groove Lake, was the best of the batch. And Wednesday we played more Doom 2. And we're more than halfway through, and we got to access both of the secret levels. Because you looked at a walkthrough. Yeah, well, I wish that I was looking at you. Shutting the fuck up, Airplane Lion! Seriously, how did we ever find secret levels without walkthroughs? Oh, right, we bought strategy guides. I feel like that was the plan all along. But I'm excited to get back to Blackwell Epiphany tonight. Oh, right, announcements, though. The new community challenge is live, as promised. And yeah, I realized I'd saved a bunch of games from the game giveaway of the day website on Google Drive because I had unlimited Google Drive space that the college I graduated from gave us for life. And then William and Mary emails us and says, yeah, you know when we got you to give us 4 years of tuition whilst we were promising you would keep an email address of life for life? We changed our minds. So, yeah, that's a whole thing. I gotta get a new email address and hopefully find somewhere that'll let me store a couple terabytes for free. And that's not easy. I fully intend to complain to the college to the full extent of my ability and point out, I've donated every year since I graduated. And they'll be like, you mean you wrote checks for $20 to the theater department each year? And I'm like, yes, like I said, every year. And y'all bastards are never getting my tuition again. And they're going to be like, you got your diploma. What, were you going to come back to law school? And I'll be like, not anymore, I'm not. Email filching bastards. Bet they've been pulling the same scam since 1693. That's an important number at William and Mary. Where was I going with this? Oh, hey, Nancy versus Nancy. How are you doing? Yeah, that's in the old days. You used to just try everything to eventually figure out the secrets. Walk up to every wall and push space like you're playing Blake Stone, Aliens of Gold. And you guys should check out Nancy versus Nancy, who is a point-and-click adventure streamer, primarily. And was playing... What Nancy Drew game were you playing the other night? I was lurking there for a bit. Nancy Drew and the Curse of Fate, or something like that. But... Oh, right, I was talking about the new community challenge. So I have these games that I've got from the Game Giveaway of the Day website over the years. And since I'm going to need to find a new way to back up everything, I'm going to get rid of some. And figure I might as well try them out before I do. And since these are obscure games from mostly unknown developers, I might as well play them on stream, and we'll take a look at a few. Some of which will be egregious asset flips because, developers. So, that'll be interesting. So sometimes that site gives away really good games. It has that was where I got the James Patterson's Women's Murder Club games, which were pretty good. And they have a horror hidden object game with FMV cutscenes for free today. Yeah. Still slightly bitter that I missed the giveaway of Zombie Smashers X2 back in 2009, but one can't dwell on everything. Oh, the captive curse, right? Nancy versus Nancy. Nancy Drew investigating murders in Germany. She goes to all kinds of different places in those games. Interesting places. I dare say Germany's an interesting place. So, yeah, that challenge will be running for a month. And then I believe I'm going to be going back to visit my family for a week or two in July. I should probably try and do it before the next season of our show releases on the streamers. So what that means is I'll get to have access to my games collection, and we'll try and play some interesting stuff while I'm there and show off some big boxes. And anything else I was going to announce? Oh yeah, I don't know how many of you guys follow the subreddit Tip of My Joystick, which is for people looking for old games that they can't remember the name of. Well, not just old games, any video game they can't remember the name of, but they just they said they went dark and turned the subreddit to private, like today, which is a shame. Hopefully, people who can apply can still join it, because I enjoyed helping people find games they couldn't remember the name of. They're protesting something that Reddit is doing to block third-party apps, some of which really improve functionality, and it's obnoxious. I haven't really been following that. I hadn't even really heard of it until when my roommates brought it up last week. Oh no, that was the other announcement. I don't know if you guys remember, I played that Army of Darkness fan game from the late 90s for Short Horror Saturday. It was like a while ago. But it realized that it was no longer available anywhere on the internet. So I updated it to Clicktopia, or uploaded it to Clicktopia, which is a site where they preserve games made with the earlier Click Team products. Click and Play, the Games Factory, Multimedia Fusion, Click and Create. What about Jam Magic? Nobody even talks about Jam Magic Airplane Lion. It never happened. They finally got around to uploading all the games that people had sent through their uploader over the last few months, and so Army of Darkness is now preserved on the internet at clicktopia.org. I should figure out how to upload it to the Internet Archive as well. But yeah, you can all go play it. As long as you have a way to play Windows 3.1 games. I recommend OTVDM. Immensely useful. Yeah, let's go ahead and start Blackwell Epiphany. Well, continue Blackwell Epiphany. To bring you guys up to speed on the plot, Rose and Joey were out helping ghosts, as they do, when they witnessed a murder. Someone was gunned down in front of them. His ghost rose up and apparently had been looking for Rosa, and then his ghost was immediately killed. It turned out that he was the current husband of a police officer who had gone missing. So they tried to figure out what the story was, because the police were hushing it up. And even our contact, Detective Durkin, wouldn't say anything about it. And they ended up at the house of the missing police officer, where they met the ghost of her young daughter by her first husband. They were eventually able to help the girl and cross over and find the police officer who was hiding in a panic room in the house, and had sent her husband to try and find Rosa. So they got her to come out, and she promptly said that now that Rosa was here, she could finally be helped, and promptly committed suicide. And her ghost rose up out of her body, and Rosa and Joey tried to help her cross over, but while they were on the threshold to eternity, something killed her spirit as well. And it seems to relate to this group that they that she and others had joined back at this specific church, which helped them in their lives somewhat. And we believe the antagonist from the previous game was also a member of that, and we saw his soul get destroyed. And yeah, it's really good. I mean, all the games have been good, but I'm really enjoying this one. And it does seem to be getting dark. And so now the police are hiring Rosa to try and help figure out, well, kind of investigate the case, even though they don't know. They don't really believe that Officer Pirro committed suicide, and nobody knows who shot her daughter either. It apparently wasn't her. And yeah, it's strongly implied that Detective Durkin was the one who found Rosa when her aunt was going crazy and she had to be put into foster care when she was 6. And oh yeah, and sometimes it shows glimpses of the past where we see our old nemesis, the Countess, back when she was a human, and the mysterious ghost Madeline, who was working with her. And they actually tried to help Joey Malone cross over into the afterlife when he was just an ordinary ghost. And then the Countess severed the link with Madeline and left her in the void. And yeah, I have a feeling we'll run into Madeline. Oh, we don't run into the Countess again. Yes, Nancy, an ordinary Joey. Yeah, the soul destroying is disturbing each time it happens. And just, what do you think? That's one of those really disturbing concepts. In the first game, we met a demon from hell, but I don't know, maybe this is even worse. There we go. These games seem to have good music too. Yeah, agreed, Grey White Hole. And then we got access to George's apartment. That was the man who we saw get killed and then have his soul destroyed. And was Michael? I think Michael was someone else from the group. Should have rewatched the end of last, or 2 weeks ago's VOD.
Excuse me.
Yes.
You need to tell me who Michael Cooper is.
I told you I don't know any Michael Cooper.
That tactic ain't working, sweetheart. You need to come at this some other way.
Michael Cooper. He's a priest too, isn't he?
So?
So, it's a pretty big coincidence, wouldn't you say?
The police are as good as involved already, Father.
Please stop lying to me.
I'm not lying.
You're not telling me the whole truth either, are you?
I made a promise. He came to me scared, begging me to protect him, to give him sanctuary. He was ranting. I should have turned him away, but we roomed together at the seminary. We were close friends once. What could I do?
You can take me to him.
He's raving. He's mad. He says he's in a battle for his very soul. Is this true?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
He's in the school. It's closed for the winter break, so it seemed like a good a place as any to hide him. Here's a key. The entrance is around the corner. Please, do whatever you must. Just don't come back here.
Don't worry.
Thanks for your help, Father.
So,
Great
thrown out of a
school.
church. I suppose with our record, it was only a matter of time.
The entrance to the school is around the block. Let's go.
How does she keep a straight face with Joey around? Yeah, it'd be nice if we could have Joey punch him, but it wouldn't really have any effect. Yeah. Yeah. You know, the greatest track record of making friends. Sometimes we make friends with ghosts and then they leave us. As Joey got to be quite good friends with a ghost in Blackwell Deception, but it didn't work out.
I'd better not mess with that.
Traffic signal.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures.
I think he's reciting
Beside
the
the
Psalm
still
of
waters,
David.
he
From the
restores
books
my
I've
soul.
read, it's supposed to guard against evil.
He leads me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. You!
Michael?
Stay back, bestower. I've got a gun.
Just a second.
I said stay back!
Oh.
Please, I'm here to help.
Help! I wish that was true. How much help did you give George, or Leah, or the others?
What others? I mean, we probably could have helped Leah if she didn't talk anymore once we got to the threshold. Real don't look back kind of stuff.
Others? How many of you are there?
You don't even know that? You don't know a thing, do you? This wasn't the plan.
Plan?
Yes, our brilliant plan. We get the Bestower to escort our souls to the next world, protect us from this force that is after us. Instead, you let us be destroyed.
I mean, seriously, Leah was the only one we had a fighting chance at helping.
I tried. Honestly, I tried.
Tried. I'm sure that was a comfort to George and Leah while their very souls were being torn apart.
I'm sorry. Whatever is going on, it's new. I've never seen anything like it before.
I see. And what about him?
Huh?
Your friend, the man behind you. He hasn't said a word since you walked in here.
He can see Joey?
Me? Do you mean me?
Yes, you. Don't look so surprised. How else could I have known who you were? Now get out of here. You've been nothing but trouble ever since George went to look for you.
You really don't want to do this.
I believe she is right, my host.
That voice. It
Is
can't
that?
be.
Oh.
I told you to stay in the other room.
Yes, my host, I know. But I had to intervene. These two know me, if I may.
Fine. Fine. Just make it quick. I'm losing concentration.
Malone, Blackwell, what a pleasant surprise to see you both again.
Yeah, surprise is the word. What the hell are you doing here?
Is it not obvious? You freed me, Malone, brought me back into this world. As befits all of our kind, I had a host waiting for me, and so I have returned to my former duties.
Look, as much as I am touched by this reunion, I need to focus.
Perhaps we should all converse outside.
Fine. Outside. Just leave me in peace.
Thank you, my host.
That was Madeline.
You know her? That saves time, I guess. Look, maintaining this circle leaves me a bit cranky. Sorry. If you can help, great. If not, well, I've made my peace with it. Just go talk to her. She's outside. I need to concentrate.
Those one
And
made
though
their
I
peace
walk
with
through the
that.
valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they...
Blackwell, Malone, it's been a long time since we've been able to converse.
It's interesting that her dress extends that long, like almost to the ground. Most ghosts tend a little higher up.
You should really call me Rosangela.
Forgive me. When you are as old as I am, all the names blur together. So I tend to address those I speak to by their family name. It is just easier that way, and less painful. I'm afraid it is a habit that is difficult to break.
I would think Madeline's like several hundred years old.
Do you know what's going on? Why are these souls being attacked?
I do not know. I wish I did. Like you, we saw it happen. We saw a soul being torn apart and could do nothing. I'm afraid my host became a little unreasonable after that.
It's been almost 6 months since Joey freed you. How come we're only seeing you now?
I admit the transition hasn't been pleasant. I have had 3 hosts since returning to this world. The first was an old man on the edge of death. He lingered for 6 weeks before finally succumbing to the inevitable. When the old man passed, I became bound to his niece for a time. She ran every time she saw me. I tried to keep my distance, give her time to adjust, but in the end, She fell down the stairs in an attempt to flee. The poor woman died, and I was passed to her brother, the man inside.
I wonder if the ghosts can then help their host cross over when they die, like in the Stories of Eternity. I'm still trying to remember if Rosa really remembered Madeline, because they only talked when she was asleep, I think. Or no, when at one point Madeline was there when the Countess was there too, that's right.
Why was George looking for me?
We needed a bestower. A proper bestower. My host and I were not up to the task.
Eh?
It might be due to my time in the void. It might be because my host's soul has been marked by whatever is out there. But in any case, our abilities are limited. We cannot even help lost souls move on as you do. We can see them and talk to them, but that is all. Hence why we needed you.
Lucky us.
Madeline was in the void for upwards of 80 years, I think.
So what can we do? We don't even know what's going on.
Our theory was that you could help move these poor souls into the next world before they were destroyed. But it appears that it did not achieve the desired result.
You could say that, yeah.
You must investigate. My host and I are restricted, but you two are not. If anyone can help uncover why these poor spirits are being attacked and stop it, it is you.
It's also interesting, now that I reflect on it, neither George nor Leah had any substantial confusion about who they were, or the fact that they died after they died. And I'm trying to remember if in the last game Gavin did or not. I wonder if that relates to how their souls would be marked.
So how'd you like being on the outside, as it were? I imagine it's better than being trapped wherever you were.
I had thought, I had hoped, that I would pass on, that being brought back to the mortal world would force me to obey mortal laws. Instead, No, it is not to be. I have returned to my former duties, therefore I must have further work to do. But yes, it is nicer than being trapped in the void. Did I ever thank you, Malone?
Not as such, no.
Well, I must rectify that. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Anytime.
Do you know anything about this Grace group?
I know that it meant a great deal to my host, as well as his friends. Whatever happened at those meetings, it greatly improved their lives. But obviously, it came at a cost.
Well, it's about time for your damn host to tell you what happened at those meetings.
So you don't know anything about this Grace group?
I'm afraid not. You know as much as I.
Well, giving us a lot to work with.
What can you tell me about Father Michael?
Cooper is my host. We have not had the time to get to know each other better.
Is he always this ornery?
Do have some pity for him. He has lost his uncle, his sister, and several of his friends. He has been forced to accept the spirit world and the possible loss of his own soul, all within the span of a few weeks. If anyone deserves some understanding, it is he.
That's all. There's a lot to take in and try to accept.
There's a ghost haunting the empty apartment across from George Austin.
I see. Well, you know your duty. Go and save it.
Yeah, some woman who won't tell us who she is. She may be a celebrity, or at least think she is.
Do you know a place called the Carth House?
I'm afraid I do not.
Why do you let Father Michael push you around like that?
It is what my host wishes.
So?
Simply that. I must do what my host commands.
Ah, right, seriously. What's the story?
No story, Malone. If my host wishes me to leave him alone, I leave him alone.
That actually works?
Of course. It is my duty to do so.
So, Joey, could...
No.
Of course, some of us take our duties more seriously than others.
I'm not sure that the exact job description extends that far, Madeline.
Well, I suppose we'll talk to you soon.
Of course.
No hesitation, just no. That's Joey. Wait, did we already read everything on this tablet? Oh yeah. Oh, we went through all this last time. I agree. The relationship between Joey and Rosa is something special.
It's empty, thank God. I don't need somebody else's shopping list. Bok choy, garam masala, quinoa, branzino.
It's either a shopping list or a voodoo spell.
Maybe both. What? Branzino? I mean, I know 3 out of 4 things, but Branzino? Did they just slip something else in there and think nobody would notice?
Is that a genuine Ming? It must have cost George a fortune.
No, it's a merciless Ming.
That'd look amazing on my bathroom wall.
Darling, that thing's bigger than your entire bathroom.
New York life.
I think they might be candlesticks. Possibly.
Thank you. She went over to this other apartment. Wait, what? Where's Jojo? Oh, right.
Huh,
I have to call
locked. Joey, could you come out here?
Relax, I'm here.
Oh, yeah. The footprints. That's a nice touch.
She seems pretty easygoing, but it's hard to say if it's genuine. It feels polished, practiced. No point in leaving that way. I can only leave with Red, and she can't get in here.
I feel like we looked at the note before. I know about Heather. Jay.
Don't know what I can do with it.
Yeah.
Hi there.
Hello again, mister. What brings you by?
Are you sure you don't know anything about this note?
No, I don't know anything about any note. Please stop asking about it.
Oh, she totally knows something about the note.
Come on, what's your name?
No, this is too much fun. You'll figure it out. Everyone recognizes me eventually.
Well, whoever you are, I'll see you around.
Say hi to George for me, if you see him.
Yeah, that might prove a little bit of a problem.
I don't think I can do any. It might be pretty in the spring, but for now all the plants are dead. A little table and a chair.
pieces of paper.
It's as far as it needs to go.
Anything else we haven't seen here? Hey, Officer Palmer. He's been instructed to help us with the case, but he kind of thinks we had something to do with Leah's death. I mean, we did, but not in the way he thinks, and certainly not our fault. Oh. So we looked into the Mian girl. The picture matches that Jane Doe. We are trying to locate her friends and family. When you get to it, please submit a report so we can invoice you. Here's a copy of the case notes for your reference. Abbott leaks. More connective tissue with previous games. Where are the case notes then? I guess we'll look at them when we need them.
A saucepan and some cooking implements. They don't look like they've ever been used. It's full of old clothes.
Yeah. Oh, right. The paper's gone because we took it. The doorman is still keeping his eye on us.
He's watching my every move. Hi.
Yes, miss?
Do you know who lived in the apartment across from George?
I'm afraid not. I only started working here a few months ago. That apartment has been vacant the whole time.
If we could look it up by apartment, maybe?
Did George know a priest named Michael Cooper?
I'm afraid I don't know.
Who? Carth.
There are tons of case files listed here. I'm not going to ask.
Oops. Thought we were going to be able to look at it. I guess we should go home and make that invoice. Yeah, it's just like work. Invoices.
It takes about an hour to boot up these days.
Well, maybe you need a new computer. Or maybe you need to download a program called CPU Tweak for $20 that'll increase the speed of your computer by up to 35%. Did anyone ever buy one of those things?
Officer Palmer?
Yeah, what can I do for you?
Yeah, this stream is sponsored by CPU Tweak. Yeah. Purblind Gamer LLC is not responsible from any damages that you may incur from use of our sponsors' products. Yeah, maybe that clears the way for cigarette sponsorships.
There are tons of case files listed here. I'm not going to ask about them one by one. Do you have a record of a Michael Cooper in your system? He's a priest.
Let's check. Sorry, whoever he is, there's no file on him.
Do you know if any of George Austin's neighbors died recently?
It's not in any of the reports. Do you have a name?
No, not yet. But she lived across from George. Can't you look it up that way?
I can't, no. The way the system works, I can only look it up by the victim's name, not address. Sorry.
We don't know the address in such a way that we can search, do we?
Well, I'd better go. Thanks for the help.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm gonna figure out what links them. Oops.
Joey, I'd like to talk to you.
You rang?
I can't believe I was arrested. You think it's on my permanent record?
Does it matter? They already got a file on you.
Great. I can't believe I was...
Does it matter?
Great. Michael has got to know more than he's telling us.
Maybe we should keep talking to him. He's bound to spill something.
I've got a list of all the people found in the Carth house. It's complete now, thanks to us. The ghost on the roof was George's neighbor. If we can get through to her, she might tell us something.
You say that like it's easy to get a spook to tell us anything.
Including who she is. What about the police car as an item we can interact with? Are we going to have to hotwire it and drive it around New York at some point?
Malone, Blackwell, a pleasure to see you both.
You too, sister. You too.
Madeline?
Yes, Blackwell.
Maybe you should tell us your last name so we're on equal footing.
Well,
Of course.
The Lord is my shepherd. That's far enough.
Oh, come on. It's me.
Sorry. Bestower or no bestower, I'm taking no chances. Get back.
Fine.
He makes me lie down in green
Is this supposed
pastures.
to be- It looks like we could go up the stairs.
He leads
without
me beside
crossing
the still waters. He
into the
restores my
circle.
soul.
Father Michael?
Yeah?
I can't believe there's another medium in New York.
Medium?
Sorry, I mean bestower. I've been calling myself medium for so long I sometimes forget.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's not like I have anyone to talk to about this stuff. Nobody living, anyway.
Hey, look, I'd love to swap ghost stories with you, but it takes all my concentration to maintain the circle.
Right, sorry. Maybe we'll have coffee later? You know, after we save your soul and everything.
Sure, sounds great.
He sounds thrilled. It seems like this force can't harm the people's souls as long as they're alive, so... And that's why he has the gun.
What is this circle?
Oh, this. Madeline taught me how to do it. It prevents anything spiritual from getting to me. It takes some concentration to maintain, so I'm sorry if I seem a bit inhospitable.
How did you learn what was happening?
You mean that our souls were being taken?
Yeah.
It was a few weeks ago. I was at the bedside of a friend. Jeffrey, his name was. He went to the Grace Group meetings back in the day. Like me. He had been in a car accident. Hit and run. He was dying, and he wanted me there. And when he died, I saw it. His spirit being torn apart. He screamed. I'll never forget that scream.
I know. I saw it too.
Anyway, with Madeline's help, I began looking into other members of the group, and learned it was happening to all of us. You know the rest.
Have we actually asked anybody if Gavin was indeed in the group?
So you're working with Madeline?
Working? I guess you could call it that. I've been too busy being scared to give it any serious thought.
So why'd you send Madeline outside?
Her presence disturbs my concentration, so she's keeping as far away as she can until this is resolved.
What about us?
You're the ones who are going to save my hide. For you, I'll make the extra effort to focus.
Well, at least he's accepted that now. Took him a bit.
Could you tell me about the Grace Group? It was some kind of self-help group?
About 20 years ago, I was a very different person. I suppose you could call me an alcoholic, although I wouldn't have said it at the time. Then I saw an ad in the newspaper. It promised to help folks like me find their way. It seemed to be some kind of hippie self-help group, but I went to a meeting anyway. I don't remember much about the meetings, but somehow I had discovered that going to seminary school was something I had to do. It all made sense.
Made sense?
I just knew it was what I was meant to be doing, and I was right.
Is there anything else you could tell us about the Grace Group?
No. You know everything I do.
Very little memory of it.
What about yourself? Is there anything we should know?
Look, you're not exactly catching me at my best here. I can't do anything. I'm not a true bestower like you are. Madeline says she's been weakened, or I've been weakened, or something. She doesn't know. Believe me, if I could do what you can do, I'd be out there trying to stop this. But I can't. So all I can do is hide.
Did you know that there's a ghost across the roof from George's apartment?
Really?
Do you know anything about it?
Sadly, no. I'm sorry.
There are tons of case files listed here. Did you know that there's a ghost across the roof from George's apartment?
Really?
Do you know anything?
Sadly, no.
Probably might have known. Neighbor's name. Huh.
What happened at these meetings?
That's just it. I don't remember. Until recently, I never questioned it before. How messed up is that? I'd go, I'd sit down and leave.
Welcome in.
I'd meet with the other members for coffee afterward. What on earth did we talk about? We must have found something. But I do remember a man. Benjiro. He ran the meetings.
Thank you so much.
Benjiro.
Yeah, Japanese guy. I don't remember anything else about him.
Thank you so much for the 24 months. I can't believe it's been 2 years. Oh, I should have done something for an affiliate-versary. Yeah, I guess it was a Sunday in early June. I always forget that. I remember my streamiversary, or official streamiversary. And I remember my birthday, but I forget about the affiliate-versary. But thank you so much for the 24 months. I really appreciate the support, Dame Karen. And how are you doing this weekend? I know, it really has. It's funny how time does that sometimes. Yeah, I've gone through a lot of games in the last 2. Hairball, welcome in. And thank you so much for 24 months as well. I really appreciate all your support. And you guys should check out Hairball, who's a feline VTuber. There's a lot of old DOS, RPG, and puzzle and games. Oh yeah, and NES RPGs as well. Can't forget that. Yeah. Thinking back on all the games. Yeah, no, you guys were two of the first subscribers I ever had at my affiliation celebration stream. Really? Yeah, really appreciate it. It's always great to have you guys here. How's the weekend going for you all? Yeah, we're getting pretty far into Blackwell Epiphany.
How many people went to these meetings?
There were 6 of us. You already know about Leah and George and myself. The others are dead.
Who were they?
Does it matter? They are dead. Their souls were taken.
Even still, tell me.
Jeffrey Dutta, Heather Goffstein, Peter Fielding.
Heather. That was the name that Jay wrote about. Jay, huh. Okay. Oh, your week's already started. Yeah, my work week will start tomorrow at 11 a.m. I'm glad if it's going well. It gave some stuff to talk about right there.
So the man who ran the Grace Group meetings was named Benjiro.
Yeah, Japanese guy. I don't remember anything else about him.
Yay, work. Exactly, Great White Knoll.
Could you tell me about Jeffrey?
God, Jeffrey Dutta. Talk about transfiguration. When he walked into that Grace Group meeting, I thought he was in the wrong place. I mean, the guy was a Wall Street broker, for crying out loud. He could have bought the church and everything in it. But he later confessed that he tried to kill himself. Twice.
So what happened to him?
He became a professional dog walker. Can you believe it? He used to pocket millions a year, plus bonuses. Then he was picking up dog crap for $25 an hour and smiling about it. He was hit by a car crossing the street. A hit and run. I was at his bedside when he died. Madeline had been around for about a month at that point, so I saw his spirit rise from his body. I thought I was supposed to help him, but instead You know what happened next.
He was hit. I mean, that could have been intentional too, like... Seems like someone is trying to kill them off, and so that their souls can be taken.
Could you tell me about Peter?
Peter Fielding, yes. I never had much contact with him. He died several months ago. I'm afraid it's too late for him.
You saw his soul being taken?
Well, no. He died before Madeline came into my life, so I can't say for sure. But he went to Grace Group meetings, and he's dead. What other conclusion can I reach?
Tell me about Heather Goffstein. You said she was a member of your group.
Yes, she was one of us. I asked George if he knew where she was. He told me she was dead. I'm afraid it's too late for her.
Is this like Peter? Did you actually see her soul being taken?
No, I didn't. Thank heaven I didn't. Seeing it happen once is more than I can take.
Yeah, work does. I mean, well, one hopes work pays the bills. Heather.
So you don't know for sure if Heather Goffstein's soul was taken?
Not as such, no. But what else can I assume?
Is it conceivable the roof ghost is Heather?
How exactly did Peter Fielding die?
Why? Are you going to try and find his spirit? There is no spirit. It's gone.
You said it yourself. You don't know for sure.
It was some kind of accident. I'm not sure of the details. I read about his death in the obituaries. Too late for his funeral, sadly, but I said a prayer for him.
Didn't they usually print their names in the obituaries before the funeral? What do I know?
How did Heather Goffstein die?
I'm afraid I don't know. George was the one who kept in touch with her. He told me she died, but he didn't tell me how or when. I suppose it doesn't matter anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're still having trouble finding a job, David Karen. I hope you're able to find one soon, and that it pays the bills. Or, at least some of the bills. Why not all the bills?
All right, Michael. We're going to go.
Of course. Godspeed to the both of you. And though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table before me in the presence of mine enemies.
Of course, Dame Karen.
You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows. Surely goodness and mercy will follow me all the days of my life.
So Peter
And I
Fielding
will
owned a
dwell in
gym
the
in
house
Murray
of the
Hill.
Lord forever.
Worth a visit, I suppose.
Peter Fielding, 58, passed
The Lord
away
is my
last night
shepherd,
after
I shall
suffering a
not
fatal
want.
accident. Peter was a self-described
me lie down
health
in green
nut and
pastures.
personal trainer whose facility,
He leads
Fields
me
Gym,
beside the
was
still
well loved by
waters.
many.
He restores my
In
soul.
the Murray Hill neighborhood, he will be
He
missed.
leads me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. And
Dada.
though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death,
Isn't there one of the guests in the
I will
seventh
fear
guest
no
named
evil, for
Dada?
thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me.
Nah, I think it was something similar.
You prepare a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows.
Oh, it made you think
Surely
of
goodness
Gangster's
and mercy will
Paradise when we
follow me
got to
all the days of my life,
some of that part, yeah.
and I will dwell in the house of the Lord
I think I'm
forever.
more familiar with Amish Paradise.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures.
Right.
He leads me beside the still waters. He restores my soul.
Okay.
He leads me in the paths of righteousness for his
Go to
name's
Fields
sake.
Gym.
And though I walk through the valley of the shadow
I
of
know.
death,
Weird Al does that a lot of times.
I will fear no evil, for thou art with me.
Been spending most
Get
our
right.
lives
Sorry.
living
Sorry.
in a gangster's paradise.
You prepare a table before me in the presence of mine enemies.
I'll just wait until...
You
Anyway,
anoint my
I've heard that
head
in
with
song a
oil,
few
my cup
times, but I'm not
overflows.
really that familiar with it. But I know, like, Weird Owl version of Zoot Suit Riot, I know better than the original. Even though they sometimes play the original at the swing dances back home. 24-hour gyms, do they have those? Seems a bit excessive. Well, I suppose if they have 24-hour fast food references, gotta counter that some way. Yeah, hitching up the buggy, churning lots of butter. Raised a barn on Monday. Soon I'll raise another. I'll be durned, the butter ain't churned.
It says members only.
Joey, we're joining a gym.
It seems to open with a key card.
Stay out of the sauna, Joey. We don't know what it'll do to you.
Looks nice and warm in there. Of course, so would an ice factory right now.
Why do people live in New York again? No offense to New York, it's just cold. Yeah. This place really should get a website, you know? It's, what was this, 2013? No. But you know who doesn't need a card to enter gyms? Joey Malone.
Looks like that picture frame fell off the wall.
No barriers.
Looks like some kind of headshot photo. Probably someone famous who uses the gym. Let's see here.
Wait, is that the roof ghost?
Tanya Corsi. Hey, wait a second. Is that... Yeah, that's the spook from George's roof.
What's it say? Brad. Oh, good morning. Tanya Corsi. I wonder if that's Tommy Dorsey's daughter. Because that's how naming works.
TV showing some energetic broad in yoga pants.
Some energetic broad in yoga pants.
Run, run, run like a hamster on a wheel.
Well, should rather run around the track in this weather, Joey.
That looks like a torture device to me.
Where's the lie? Yeah. Energetic.
Nobody here.
The things he says.
Does it look right? Seriously, does it look right?
Does what look right?
The light bulb. I could swear it was blinking.
It looks fine to me.
Huh. Gotta do everything myself around here.
Oh. I think that's him. Yeah. Exercise, torture, exercise, torture. Let's call the damned thing off. I don't know.
Looks to be in his 50s. It's hard to
I would
say.
agree,
He's
Great
got the
White
hair of an older man, but the body that most guys in their 20s would envy. He obviously worked out religiously, for all the good it did him.
Hey, Jack LaLanne.
Hey, friend, can we talk for a second?
Are you sure there's nothing wrong with that light?
I'm no expert, but it looks fine to me.
Well, what can I do for you?
Yeah. How many ghosts does it take to change a light bulb? Good question. I'll have to think of a witty response to that.
Hey, is your name Peter Fielding by any chance?
That's me. Why?
No reason. You own this joint, right?
Yes, I do. My dad built it. You could say it's a family business. Been running it around 20 years. Seems like yesterday.
And here's to another hopefully your son will run it for another 20.
So what's the story with the lights?
I don't know. It's driving me crazy. There's something wrong with them. I can tell.
Well, like I said, they look totally fine to me.
I'll just have to keep checking.
Nice place you got here.
Thanks. You looking to join?
Ah, no, I really don't think exercise is gonna do me much good.
It's amazing how many people think that. You're young. Your metabolism is still going strong. But time catches up with you before you know it.
You're preaching to the choir, Peter, but I'm still not interested.
Well, we're here if you need us.
So, how are you feeling?
Fine. Why?
You don't feel strange at all?
What do you mean?
Well, just hypothetically speaking, you don't feel like you're gonna explode?
What, like indigestion?
Not quite.
I am on a strict diet of wheatgrass shakes and fiber. Indigestion is the last thing I have to worry about.
Wheatgrass milkshakes. No, I don't approve. And fiber, not high fiber foods, just fiber. Like the essence of fiber. Ugh. Yeah. Hypothetically explode, as in get ripped apart. Yeah, new channel points redemption. For 200,000 channel points, maybe I'll try a wheatgrass milkshake on stream. Yeah, I'm gonna have to consider that before I make that official.
So, you run this place with your old man, huh?
Sort of. He built it when he left the army. I took over long ago.
So, you run this place with your old man, huh?
Sort of. He built it when he left the army. I took over long ago.
Did you know Jeffrey Dutta?
You know Jeff? Small world.
Not really, I just heard of him.
Good guy. Took care of my neighbor's dog when she was on vacation.
So tell me about yourself, Peter.
I'm the guy who's gonna kick your butt into shape.
Ah, well, we'll see.
I don't know. Can ghosts benefit from exercise? I wouldn't think so.
Do you know Heather Goffstein?
You know Heather too. Who don't you know?
Well, I'm a people person.
Wow, Heather. Haven't heard that name in a long time.
Do you know anything about Benjiro? Ran the Grace Group meetings.
Sure.
Well?
Funny. I can't think of anything to say exactly. It's been 20 years.
Sure, people forget things.
That's it exactly. I just didn't
Some kind
think
of
it would
mental
happen to me
block.
so soon.
Yeah, George always says he's a people person, but I feel like it's more going around judging people and getting on Rose's nerves.
Are you sure you can't tell me any?
I'm afraid not.
I hear Tanya Corsi went to this gym.
She's been coming here for years. That body you see on TV, I take full credit for that.
Well, we all gotta be proud of something.
Don't think her parents had something to do with it at some point? Nah, it's all you, Peter. All you.
Hey, I think I met a friend of yours, Father Michael Cooper.
You know everyone, don't you?
I get around.
Michael. Haven't heard that name in a while. How is he?
He's seen better days.
I'm sorry to hear that. He'll pull through. He always has.
Interesting. Just realized they mixed up the. Like, it looked like they changed the dialogue based on which order you click the three names in. That's a nice touch. Yeah, that is kind of weird, Peter. Taking full credit for someone else's body. Do you also take full credit for the body found in her apartment? Yeah, think on that.
Ever hear of the Grace Group? I understand you went to a few meetings.
You know about that?
Sure.
Wow. Well, yeah. I went to some meetings. It was all I needed.
Why's that?
Well, I wasn't the most focused of people back then. It's a long story, but in the end, I went to work with my dad running this place. It's been my life ever since.
I feel like that's an odd way to construct a question. I know you went to this place. Have you ever heard of this place that I know you went to? Presupposes you're not going to get a straightforward answer.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the Grace Group?
What's to say? They changed my life.
What's the significance of his father?
Well, I'll see you around.
You got it. I'll be here. I just gotta see what's wrong with this damn light.
Oh, that's the theme. Well, now we know Roof Spook's name.
Hey, anyone in here? Anyone? Please? Well, that was disappointing.
Yeah, and on further reflection, that's one door I probably shouldn't have checked. I'm sure Joseph Manderley would bawl me out if he saw it.
A calendar with a marker pen attached.
Yeah. Joey.
So I found Peter.
Peter? Peter Fielding?
Yeah, he's safe and sound. Spiritually speaking, anyway.
Huh. Michael was sure that Peter's ghost was taken.
Just between you and me, Michael doesn't look to be sure about very much.
Yeah. He died. Wait, when did Heather die? Because Peter died before Madeline formed a link with Michael.
So, have you heard of this Tanya Corsi person?
Tanya Corsi? Was she in the gym?
No, it's the name of our roof spook. Is she famous or something?
You could say that. She has a TV show.
I think you mean she had a TV show. Let's get going.
Yeah. Yeah. Let Rosa stay inside where it's warm. On the other hand, Joey might just call her outside because he thought it was funny.
Hey, come join me on the roof.
What's up?
Oh, nothing.
Hi there.
Hello again, mister. What brings you by?
You're Tanya Corsi, aren't you?
I knew you'd get it. That's me, Tanya Corsi, host of the Good Morning Show on Channel 11. Now all the mystery is gone.
That's why she signed it her picture, good morning.
Are you sure you don't know anything about this note?
No, I don't know anything about any note. Please stop asking about it.
Someone's temperamental.
Do you know anything about a self-help organization called the Grace Group?
Grace Group? No, I haven't. Sorry.
Do you know a guy named Jeffrey Dutta?
Sorry, I don't.
So, I heard you go to Peter Fielding's gym.
I do. Or rather, I did. After what happened to him, I just couldn't.
You mean his...
Death? Yes. So senseless.
Senseless. How
So, can you tell me anything about Peter?
A brutal taskmaster is what he was. But I can't deny he got results.
Nope, I can't deny it either.
Joey.
Is there anything else you can tell me about Peter? Did you ever see him outside of the gym?
No. No, of course I didn't.
Yeah. Maybe he was building up to flirting with Tanya.
Do you know a Heather Goffstein?
No.
Come on, that note on the floor, it has Heather written on it.
So, like I told you, it has no meaning to me. I don't know any Heather.
I assume the J stood for Jeffrey.
Do you know a guy named Jeffrey Dutta?
Yeah.
Sorry.
As she... I mean, it sounds like Peter died, and then she died sometime after that, so she would remember that because it was part of her life that didn't involve her death.
Does the name Benjiro ring any bells?
Benjiro? Is that Japanese?
I believe so.
Sorry, I don't know anyone named Benjiro.
So, Tanya, tell me about yourself.
Suspicious indeed.
You want to get to know the real Tanya Corsi. The Tanya that you don't read about in the tabloids and magazines?
If you'll let me.
I barely know you, Mr. Malone. Although if you swing by more often, you might learn a thing or two.
Come on, tell me something about yourself. Must be nice for someone like you to be asked a question for once.
You've been doing nothing but ask questions since you came in here.
Fair point.
Yeah, she got me there.
Do you know a Michael Cooper?
I don't. Sorry.
You ever go to the Carth House? Dumpy place in Chelsea.
Sorry, no.
She looks pretty happy that she doesn't go to any dumpy places in Chelsea.
Is there anything else you can... Did you ever see him out...
No. No.
Well, Tanya, I have to get going, but I'll see you around.
Ta.
Yeah, I think ghosts could lie. Yeah. In addition to the things they don't remember, we have to take everything they say with a grain of salt. Does he lie? Yeah. I think he's bent the truth a few times.
I got something to say.
What?
A roof deck like this, I wonder if money actually can buy you happiness.
I'll settle for central heating.
For a dead guy, Peter's in pretty good shape. Let's make sure he stays that way. Jeffrey Dutta. That's 3 spooks destroyed that we know of anyway. We need to put a stop to this before it becomes 4. You ever watch this Tanya Corsi's show?
No, her show was on in the morning, and I'm more of a night person these days.
I wonder if Joey has anything to do with that. I mean, the whole helping ghosts thing.
The Deacon, Gavin, Charlie Meltzer, and now Benjiro. It always comes down to one guy, doesn't it? Let's find him so we can give him a piece of our mind. You take note of those names Michael gave us?
They're in my phone, if that's what you mean.
Sure, that's what I meant.
I haven't searched Benjiro. Yeah. Sometimes he does just flirt with dead people more than help them. And of course, he'd flirt with the living people too if he could. We should search Tanya. That's what I was gonna do. Did we search Jeffrey?
Tanya was the host of the Good Morning Show. I remember hearing that they got a new host, but I didn't know this was the reason. Channel 11. I think their head office is in Penn Plaza. Can't hurt to ask around.
I wonder if Penn Plaza's in Pennsylvania. It was with tremendous sadness that we announced the passing of Tanya Corsi after a tragic accident. Mostly knew her as the charming and bubbly host of the Channel 11 Good Morning Show, but those who worked closely with her know her as the razor-sharp intellect who paid her dues and became one of the best-loved media personalities in the world, and also had an extremely great body, courtesy of Field's Gym. She'll be deeply, deeply missed. These obituaries. No, they didn't. That was just me supplementing the obituary. They could have, though. Or maybe that would be considered in poor taste. Yeah. Peter having died and everything.
The local news is airing. They're talking about the weather. Again.
I mean, there's a lot to discuss. A lot of snow, anyway. The Purblind Supplement can be found in many news reports and obituaries. Or maybe not obituaries. Yes. And part of the fun is figuring out which is the Purblind Supplement and which is the base news.
He looks pretty hard at work.
Video editing.
Excuse me. Hi, I'm Rosangela Blackwell. Do you work here?
Certainly do. Jim Peebles, senior producer. How can I help you?
I guess he's not editing then.
So what do you do here?
I'm the head producer for the Good Morning Show with Kathy Carden.
Isn't that Tanya Corsi's old show?
Yes, it is.
It's pretty empty here tonight.
Well, look outside. The weather's horrible, and almost everybody commutes to work. Nobody can get in, so we're running on a skeleton crew.
Did you work here when Tanya was alive?
Yes. Why do you ask?
I'm looking into her death.
Wasn't it an accident?
That's why I'm looking into it, just to be sure.
Huh. Well, all right.
Can you tell me about yourself?
Me? Well, what you see is what you get. I started working at a copywriter's desk about 30 years ago. Worked my way up to producer. Been here ever since.
Wow. So that's how you become a producer.
A note was found in Tanya's apartment. It was signed J.
And?
And your name begins with J. Did you write it?
Seriously?
You're in journalism. You know that any lead is worth following.
Well, sorry, I didn't write any note to Tanya. Not that I remember.
Do you know anything about the death of Peter Fielding? He owned a gym in Murray Hill.
No, although you've reminded me I haven't hit the gym in a while. I suppose I should go.
As should we all. We should all go sooner or later. Nah, probably won't work.
Do you have a record of a Jeffrey Dutta? He was killed in a hit and run.
Sorry, no.
Have you ever heard the name Benjiro?
Benjiro? No, I'm afraid I haven't.
What can you tell me about Tanya?
I liked her. Some anchors think they're the be-all and end-all, but not her. She knew we were all in this together, and worked well with all of us. That's how you make a news show. Everyone needs to help each other.
Do you know a priest by the name of Michael Cooper?
I'm afraid I haven't been to church in a long time.
Well, I did until I got kicked out an hour ago.
There's the self-help circle that held meetings a long time ago. It was called the Grace Group. Ever hear of it?
Sorry, no.
There are tons of case files.
Anything else you can tell us about Tanya?
Can you tell me anything else about Tanya?
Well, like I said, we all miss her. There's nothing else to say.
Can you think of any other Jays who might have written that letter?
I can think of 6 who work in this office alone. I'm sure there are dozens more.
Skip the part where we actually ask about Heather Goldstein.
Do you know anything about the death of Peter Fielding? He owned a gym in Murray Hill.
No, although you've reminded me I haven't hit the gym in a...
Well, thanks for your time, Mr. Peebles. I might be back later.
Sure thing. I'm not going anywhere.
It's pretty empty here tonight. I guess the weather even affects the media.
If we can wander the whole office, but apparently not.
Looks like he's got a bunch of news wire reports open. Oh, and Minesweeper.
Minesweeper. Now there's a game no one would ever play if it didn't come bundled with Windows. Seriously, Windows, step up your game. Let's put the shareware version of Doom on Windows 95. The kids will love it. Search. Peebles. Is there a clothing store named Peebles? Yeah, it's some kind of store. It's one of those things you see in malls but don't actually wander into. Like when there were many malls. Oops. Wait. Like, she can't go into the apartment. We have to send Joey.
Hi there.
Hello again, mister. What brings you by?
I met one of your producers, Jim?
What about him?
Oh, nothing. I was just wondering what you could tell me about him.
I don't spread gossip, mister. Except when I'm on the air.
Not the reaction I expected.
You sure you can't tell me anything else about Jim?
If you want to get to know him, ask him yourself.
Come on, tell me something about yourself. Must be nice for someone.
You've been doing nothing but ask.
Fair point.
We asked her about all those.
Well, Tanya,
Ta.
Let's... I'm gonna talk to Michael with some of the new stuff. Right. I'm trying to remember where he is.
Familiar faces. It is a relief to see you both.
Probably don't see many people.
we
who
found
know
one of the
about
Grace
them.
Group spooks, Peter Fielding.
I see. Is he still intact?
Yeah, he tried to get me to join a gym.
I thought as much.
You thought so. What do you mean?
You know as well as I do. A spirit cannot be moved from this world until it is spiritually ready. It would appear that is also the case here.
Yeah. But... difference is that there is a bestower present each time the soul is destroyed.
But what about George and Leah?
From my understanding, they were aware of their death when they were taken.
Yeah, they were.
Then there is your answer. They were spiritually ready to leave this world, and so were vulnerable. This Fielding, was it? He is a lucky soul indeed. Until he is made aware, he cannot be taken. Not by you, or by anyone else.
So then we shouldn't? tell these spooks that they're ready as it risks their existence.
So wait, this is our
The
fault?
spooks feel
Whatever do
they're
you
ready.
mean?
Leah, George. Just by trying to save them, we destroyed them.
I suppose. Yes, it could be seen that way. But please do not blame yourself. How could you have known?
Ignorance doesn't change anything.
Listen to me. Whatever or whoever is taking these souls, they were marked long before they died. All we can do now is move forward and save who we can.
So what? We just leave the spook to rot?
Of course not. It has been known for some spirits to become aware on their own. The right face, the right moment, anything can trigger it. And if that happens to Fielding, no. Our duty is to save him, and save him we shall.
How? The usual rules have been chucked out the window. We make a move and he gets hammered, and we're not gonna let that happen. Not again.
It is a dilemma for certain.
You've been around the block a few times, so to speak. Nothing like this has ever happened to you before?
The destruction of the very essence of life? No. Such a thing is difficult to contemplate, and to witness it, even more so.
We need to think about this, plan our next move.
Of course. In fact, I might have an idea along those lines. I must confer with my host. Please excuse me.
So, it's interesting that ghosts can become aware on their own. Yeah, that means we really can't leave Peter until we figure this out, because, you know, I don't know what the odds are. Okay, we've given them a little time to chat. Now let's eavesdrop.
He's okay? Peter's really okay?
He is still deceased, but in all other respects, yes. He is as well as can be.
This changes everything. You have no idea. You two, thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I never even considered that Peter's soul could be saved. And maybe Heather, too. Yes, Heather. If she wasn't taken, then her soul must still be lost.
And this is a good thing?
Of course. If a soul is merely lost, it still can be saved. And maybe so can mine.
It's going to be more difficult if someone's going around trying to kill people than the marked people.
So, what's your plan?
We are approaching this from ignorance, and possibly from fear. Before I was trapped in the void, I was a spirit guide for a very long time. I can learn much from a spirit by looking at it and talking to it. If Fielding's soul still exists, then it must be brought here.
And Heather. Heather's soul must still be out there.
And her as well, of course.
Peter Fielding's spook is at the gym. It's not too far away. You can talk to him there.
Are you kidding? I step out of this circle, who knows what could happen? If I die, there's a good chance I'll be an aware spirit, just like Leah and George, and then...
Be at peace, my host. I would not ask you to do such a thing.
Well, thank heaven for that.
Besides, it is unnecessary. As you say, only spiritually aware souls are attacked. Since this Fielding is not spiritually aware, meeting him in his current state would be fruitless. We need to awaken him before I can determine anything about him.
But then, yeah.
Won't awakening these ghosts destroy him? Aren't we trying to avoid that?
Don't be absurd. We'll put them behind this circle. They will be safe there.
And how are we supposed to do that? Spooks like me can't enter the thing.
This might surprise you, Malone, but I did think of that. Come here. Take this.
What's this thing?
Call it a totem. It was made with some of my essence. The circle was created in much the same manner, so it will make a perfect focus. When you awaken a spirit, use the totem to send them directly here. They will remain safely behind the circle until we can determine the next course of action.
So I'll be trapped in this circle with Peter and Heather's ghosts?
I am afraid so, my host.
Well, I suppose it can't be helped. And I guess it will be nice to see them again.
Yes.
Wonder. And then if he let Rosa into the circle, could she safely send them to the afterlife? I don't know how that works. The threshold.
Is there anything else you can tell me about Peter? Anything that can help us?
No. Of all the people in our group, Peter was the one I spoke to the least. I think George once belonged to his gym, even took personal training sessions for a while. But George wasn't really the personal fitness type.
I need to know everything you can tell me about Heather.
Well, there was one thing. It was a confession of sorts, you see, and she trusted me.
What was it?
You don't understand. It was a confession. It might have been a long time ago, but it was still a sacred trust. I can't betray that trust. It goes against everything I believe in.
Don't
Yeah,
you
but
think
she's
that under
dead.
the circumstances, she would understand?
I'm not sure God would.
Does it really matter? What's the worst that could happen? You lose your soul?
My God, when you put it like that. Heather was a prostitute. She wanted to confess, but didn't feel right entering a church. She might have been Jewish, judging by her name, but I think she just wanted to speak to someone who understood.
Understood?
Someone who had been to grace group meetings. Someone who had had a life-changing revelation, like I did. I don't know what her revelation was, but she wanted to purge herself of her old life. So she asked if I could come to her apartment and listen to her. So I did.
Do you remember where she lived?
I was a priest entering the house of a prostitute. It's not something you forget. She lived by Tompkins Square Park. Here's the address.
Tompkins Square? Hey. There's a bar by school I went to called Tompkins Square. Went out of business just before the pandemic. Yeah. I mean, I don't think Joey was really focused on being funny so much as, you know, saying anything, like that time, saying anything he could to make Michael tell him the truth. No, it's just this bar. It was a bar near school. So I'm guessing they named it after this street in New York. And interestingly, that was the bar that the interior of Moe's place on The Simpsons was modeled after.
Is there anything else you can tell us?
I just know she was a prostitute when she went to grace group meetings. I don't know what's happened to her since.
That's the thing, we don't know who or what is taking their souls. And they can't, I mean, he at least can't really remember the details of what happened at the Grace group.
Do you know anyone named Jim Peebles?
No, sorry.
Did you ever watch Tanya Corsi's show?
No, sorry.
Well, either way, I guess we should just head to
I guess we should get going.
Heather's house.
Then I do believe our talk is concluded. I will return outside.
Hey, Madeline?
Yes, my host.
It's all right.
All right.
Yeah, stay inside. It's cold out there.
I don't feel the cold, my host.
I know. Just stay, please. And thanks.
It is my pleasure, my host.
That's nice. I'll just pull out my phone to call an Uber? Possibly. Oh. Is that her?
Some nasty spikes up there. I'm not climbing over it for sure.
Slip on through, Joey.
Hey, how do you get in?
Ah, hello, miss.
Answer my question. How do you get in?
Oh, the gate was open. Is that all right?
Sure, I guess. Just be sure to close it when you leave. I don't want to get in trouble.
I don't know. I think if they can tell the people they're dead and then transport them, use the totem to teleport them to the circle, then it should be fine. Sad plants.
Those plants are barely clinging to life.
Well, they're doing a better job of it than you are, Joey.
Nice looking girl. I suppose that's an asset in her line of work.
Oh, so we're assuming this is Heather herself.
Excuse me, miss?
Oh, hi. What's up?
You sure you should be out here?
Why shouldn't I be? It's perfect. It's so nice to finally have a night clear enough to enjoy this place.
Clear night. Right.
Disconnected from reality.
You live here?
I do. Why?
No reason. Just making conversation. Is your name Heather Goffstein?
Oh, I see. You came from Ray.
Ray?
Of course. You did come from Ray, right?
I should have saved.
Sure, Ray. Him and me go way back.
No, I don't think you do. If you want a date, you'll need Ray's permission.
A date?
Isn't that why you're here?
No, not at all. I just want to talk.
Really?
Really?
Well, I suppose that's all right, but we should stay out here. If we don't go in the bedroom, then it's not a date.
You don't seem terribly surprised that I'm here in your garden.
It is a bit strange you appeared out of nowhere.
Yeah,
But hey,
Joey lies.
I'm used to men appearing on my doorstep. And for some reason, you seem safe.
Safe.
Yeah, just a vibe.
Huh. Thanks, I guess.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Tell me about Father Michael Cooper.
Father Michael? Is he a priest or something?
Yeah, or something. He was part of the Grace group.
I don't know him. Sorry.
Are you sure? He seems to know you.
You don't meet many priests in my line of work. Or at least, if you do, they don't usually tell you.
Interesting that she says names not to remember him. Yeah, he does. Yeah, like in the other games, he would make some pretty sharp, cutting remarks, and then switch and be nice.
Can you tell me about the Grace group, Heather?
Grace group?
Yeah, you were a member, right?
Sorry, I don't know what that is.
Come on, think. You met in the basement of Grace Church.
What, like AA? I'm not an alcoholic, thank you.
Do you know a Tanya Corsi?
I don't think so. Sorry.
Do you know a guy named Benjiro?
I can't really say one way or the other. Sorry. I could get into trouble.
So you do know Benjiro.
Do you know a guy named...
I can't really say one way or the other. I could get into trouble.
Do you know a guy named Peter Fielding? Runs a gym in Murray Hill.
I can't really say one way or the other. Sorry. I could get into trouble.
Unless she just thinks he's asking about other clients, which is something she shouldn't talk about.
So, tell me a bit about yourself, Heather.
Can we not, please? Let's just enjoy the evening, okay? It's nice out here.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. She might be thinking Dame Karen, client confidentiality.
Do you know a guy named...
I can't talk about who I might know. I don't want to get anyone into trouble. Especially me.
Oh, Techie Rob, thank you so much for the contribution to the community challenge. And you guys should check out Techie Rob, who has a fondness for Sega Genesis games and has been going through Desert Strike recently. Yeah, he's lurking in your stream a bit. That was last night, right? Desert Strike. Oh, right, Desert Strike's the sequel to Gulf Strike. And then Urban Strike and Nuclear Strike. I always get the order mixed up.
So, tell me about this Ray character.
I really shouldn't.
Guessing he's
Ray is really exclusive with the clients we're given. I shouldn't have told you the name.
So, tell me about this Ray character.
I really shouldn't.
Karen.
Ray is really exclusive.
Well, Heather, I have to get going.
Sure. I'd leave the gate open, but for some reason, I don't think that will be a problem for you.
Sure, what she means by that.
Frozen solid. Nobody's gonna have a picnic on that anytime soon.
No, she probably doesn't want us to.
Just a dark hallway. I can't see a thing in there.
You're a ghost, Joey. Why don't you glow?
Dark and dusty. Can't tell what's in there. She needs to be spiritually aware before I can use this.
Right.
Can't see much, just a
Yeah.
hallway. Nothing important.
Sadly, ghosts don't have night vision.
Get over here. I got something to say.
Yeah.
I guess you can't get over that fence, huh?
In this weather, no. This one is all yours.
Ray. So many names, it's hard to keep them straight. Jim Peebles seems like a decent guy. Works too hard, though.
Because he works late into the night, we can hardly judge him for that.
Huh.
No arguing with that, Rosa.
So Peter gives personal training sessions, huh?
According to Michael, yeah.
Hey, was there? I think it was a trick of the light. For a second, like there were two ghosts in the garden. I guess there's no way we can track down Ray with just a first name.
It seems to open with...
Yeah. Feel the burn, Joey. Not from demons taking you to hell, though. Nah, that'd be bad.
Hey, Peter?
Hey man, what can I do for you?
So I'm told that you give personal training sessions.
Yeah, you interested?
I sure am.
Well, I don't have the time right now, but I can probably pencil you in. Just gotta check the schedule outside.
Really? Ghost sweat was a potion ingredient. What movie was that, Great White Knoll?
How about next Tuesday, say 11 a.m.?
Sure, I think I can swing that.
Great. Here's my number in case you need to reschedule. You got a phone?
Ah, no. Well, I'll just remember it.
Yeah, you better,
Okay.
Joey.
646-555-0425.
Thanks.
Great. See you then.
Yeah.
And by the way, when you come to our session, don't wear a suit.
That's gonna be a problem. I mean, I can take off my tie. Does this imply that ghosts can take off their clothes? Huh. Didn't think about that till now. Must have. I can't remember in the flashbacks, or the 1920s or 30s sections, whether when Joey first met Madeline and the Countess, was whether he was wearing a tie or not. If he created, like, sublimated the tie and later. Halloween Town. They made like 3 or 4 of those, didn't they? Great White Knoll. I actually saw the first one. It's not until grad school. Oh right, that's those ones. Yeah, now I remember. Barely remember the movie though. Got bootleg copies someone was going to throw away. DVDs back in undergrad, but they didn't work. That's nice. And Joey dressed up in some gym gear. And yeah, that lady's been... Yeah, how long has it been since we left here? Definitely looks like the same lady. Maybe she's a cyborg. Okay, it was 1 or 2 that had the ghost sweat.
A calendar with a marker pen attached.
That's the only thing important there. Yeah. Get Joey some ghostly yoga pants. We gotta sell them at some, ghostly clothing store. Ghostly peoples.
Hey, this is Peter. You know what to do.
Heavenly Bodies. That would be an excellent name for a store that sells clothing to ghosts.
Just a forgotten towel. I'm not just gonna blow on everything I see.
Only the things you can select, Joey.
Hey, Peter?
Hey man, what can I do for you?
Well, I'll see you.
You got it.
Hey, this is Peter.
Can't switch. Yeah, if you ever get to open a ghostly exercise wear store, you just have to figure out how to make ghostly fabric while we're still alive first. I mean, also prove the existence of ghosts, I assume. It's the spirit. Might take a little while to iron out a few of the details, like the existence of at least one member of the clientele. Which I suppose one doesn't technically need to open a store. Yeah. Yeah, gym for ghosts. That sounds more like a vision of hell. Yeah, Slimer in sweatpants. It brings Slimer back in the new Ghostbusters movies. Mainly remember he was in the TV show. It's like kind of their mascot? No reason to think that Tanya's soul is marked, so we should be able to help her safely enough. Yeah, me neither, Dame Karen. The most recent Ghostbusters movie I saw was Ghostbusters 2. And I was like 5 at the time. Slightly older. But I just remember a few, images or lines from it, and then remember more from the Ghostbusters 2 video game, which we played last year. Where can we go? Okay, the 2016 reboot. Has it been that long? Wow. Oh, a different gluttonous ghost.
Ha! You're kidding me!
I am not. You will find out for yourself one day.
Madeline smiled.
Hey, good to see you guys again. Madeline here was just telling me the funniest story.
My host, please.
Right. Sorry.
I'm glad they're getting to be friends. Madeline has had a rather rocky relationships with her hosts, starting with the Countess.
Father Michael?
Yeah?
Yeah, my host, please.
Is there anything else you can tell?
No. Of all the people in our group, Peter was the one I spoke to the least. I think George once belonged to his gym, even took personal training, but George wasn't really the personal fitness type.
Is there anything else you can tell us about Heather? Anything at all?
I just know she was a prostitute when she went to Grace Group meetings. I don't know what's happened to her since.
Ray is not listed.
You knew George Austin, right?
Yeah, years ago. We went to the Grace Group meetings together. He was... God, you should have seen him. A total mess. He looked like a street bum. I don't think he'd showered in weeks. But that was George. He only put effort into the things he cared about. The Grace Group helped him find what that was.
I heard he became an art dealer.
Yeah, none of us could believe it. George, least of all. He always used to say that he would never have discovered his calling on his own, and he would have wasted his entire life not knowing. I used to feel the same way.
Did you know Leah's daughter, Kendra?
My God, I heard what happened. Madeline told me that her soul passed on peacefully? That she's where she is supposed to be?
Yes, she's fine.
I see. You have my thanks for that.
Leah was part of the Grace Group, right?
It was over 20 years ago, but yes. She was a secretary at the time, I think. She was childhood friends with George Austin, and she brought him to the meetings, hoping to help him out. Turns out it helped both of them. She quit her job and joined the police force. She said the Grace Group helped her find her way. I suppose until now, it did.
Are you familiar with Emil Haskins, Leah's ex-husband?
Sadly, no. Leah and I lost touch years ago. I didn't know she had even married in the first place until recently. But I feel for him. Do you know, there's no word for a parent who loses a child. The prospect is so unthinkable, we can't even name it.
Do you recognize Peter's phone number?
I'm afraid I don't know.
Did Heather ever talk about Ray? Her, boss?
Sadly, no. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna share Peter's number with... Oh, Tanya.
I guess we should get going.
Godspeed.
they have any reason to go home. Just leave her there, and then if we need to switch back, we can exit quicker.
Hi there.
Hello again, mister. What brings you by?
Is there anything else you can tell me about Peter? Did you ever see him outside of the gym?
No. No, of course I didn't.
Is there anything else you can... Did you...
No.
Do you know anyone named Ray?
Ray? Is that all you got?
I think Ray might be involved in prostitution. Ring any bells?
That's more of a late-night news kind of story. I'm early morning. We're all about the rainbows and sunshine.
Yeah. Suppose we're not some more cheerful news to start Wednesday out with.
You sure you can't tell me?
If you want to get to know him, ask him yourself.
Do you know a...
No. No, I don't. Sorry.
Come on. That note on the floor, it's...
So, like I told you, it has no meaning to me. I don't know any Heather.
Well, Tanya, I have to get going, but I'll see you around.
Ta.
Yeah. And Joey got there fast. Who might recognize the number?
Pretty solid. No way I'm getting through.
Maybe we could also get the
Pretty
police
solid.
to look it up. Joey just phased through Rosa.
Excuse me, Heather?
Oh, hi. What's up?
Do you know a guy named Peter Fielding? Runs a gym in Murray Hill.
I can't really say one way or the other. Sorry. I could get into trouble.
Well, Heather,
Sure.
Yeah. Living humans don't like that when you pass through them, you know. You probably didn't think about this when you were a living human. So we got the number. If the police could give us anything interesting about it.
Officer Palmer?
Yeah. What can I do for you?
Is me or is the commissioner a little bit vain having a picture that size on the wall?
Could you look up another phone number for me?
I suppose I can, within reason.
I'm trying to track down someone who Leah knew. The number is 646-555-0425.
All right, give me a second. That phone is registered to a unit in Murray Hill. Here's the address.
Now we can go to home, yeah.
Do you know anything about someone named Ray? I don't know who he is, but I think he's involved with prostitution.
Prostitution? Is this related to Leah's case?
I don't know. It could be.
This just gets better and better. Anyway, Ray, let's take a look.
Keep that attitude in check, officer.
Okay, the name Ray definitely comes up in the Vice Department database. There was a raid on a bar called Vantini a few years ago, and someone named Ray was taken in for questioning. No charges were made.
Just Ray? No last name?
No. Whoever Ray is, that's his full legal name. Anyway, here's the address of the bar if you need it.
Thanks.
Sure.
Not lots of new locations.
Well, I'd better go. Thanks for the help.
Sure.
He sounds delighted. Yeah, let's let Joey exit this time. Yeah, sometimes people only have one name, like Dion or Fabian. Though whoever Ray is, he's probably a pop singer from the 50s or 60s. I feel like there are more modern examples. First initial R and then last name is AY.
Can't see much, but it looks inviting.
Will you look at this, Denise? Someone brave enough to join us in this weather. Well, brave or stupid, anyway.
Right.
Oh, she took her coat off. Wait, is that?
Whoever this was, he signed it, "Thanks for the tie, with love, AG."
It is. I think that's Abe Goldfarb, the voice actor who plays
I'm
Joey.
not going to steal paintings from him.
Fun. Well, we already saw what's her name. Rebecca Chambers made a appearance in the last game. Well, they didn't actually see her, but she existed within the universe. Not Rebecca Whittaker. Wait, who the hell's Rebecca Chambers? Yeah, it's a voice actor. I know, the Rebecca Whittaker. That was fun. And I'm like, I hope we meet Rebecca Whittaker in the game, and she's played by Sandae Chen. And she wasn't, and I was sad.
She looks kind of young to be working at a place like this. She must really like this place to be here in this weather. It's a painting of a woman dancing. It's dedicated to someone named Mistress B. Looks like some kind of promotional poster for a burlesque act.
Oh. The voice actress who plays Rose is a burlesque dancer in real life.
I'm not here to rob the place.
Yeah, look at the little one.
Hi.
Hey, what can I get for you?
So what can you tell me about this place?
It's old, quiet. I like it that way.
Really?
Yeah, I work on my thesis most nights. Honestly, I'm surprised a big place like this can stay open. It's always empty.
Hella sauce.
I better not drink. I need to keep a clear head.
How about a coffee or something?
No thanks, I already have one.
I see.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't tell a restaurant that you just brought in an outside drink.
Do you know Heather Goffstein?
Sorry, I don't.
Do you know Ray?
Ray?
Yeah, is he here?
No, he is not.
Well, thanks. I better get going.
Yeah, you should say if it has been a while.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Don't mess with Ray
I'm
or
looking
you'll
for Ray.
disappear.
Do you know where I can find him?
Ray, huh? And why would you be looking for Ray?
I need to talk to him. I can't go into specifics, but it involves a woman who worked for him.
Worked for him, In what capacity?
She was a
Oh, she's wearing a
working girl.
necklace.
Heather Goffstein. She worked for Ray, and now she's dead.
I see. Worked is the appropriate word, I suppose. Heather left my employ a long time ago.
Your employee?
Yes.
Ray?
You want to speak to Ray? She's right in front of you. The former Rachel Mendez at your service.
It's funny, we're reading a book with a female named Ray on stream. And here we're playing a game with a female named Ray on stream. What are the odds? And the two were created almost exactly 100 years apart. I don't know what it means.
So you work here?
Not directly, but I suppose I'm as much a fixture here as anything else.
So Heather worked for you. Can you tell me about her?
It's been, several years. I'm afraid I can't tell you much. She was very young, very pretty, slightly lost, perhaps, like many of my girls. She's really dead? How did it happen?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah,
Is this a police matter?
Not directly. I'm working with them, but I'm pretty much on my own.
Well, in that case, ask me whatever you like.
You said Heather left your employ. Could you explain?
Just that. She packed up and left.
And you were okay with that?
You think I would drag her back against her will? Absolutely not. And what would be the point? I replaced her the next week. It's the nature of this business. Some girls try the life, discover it's not for them, and then leave. Some stay for years and it grinds them alive. But occasionally, with luck and persistence, one can flourish, like I did.
He seems pretty cheerful about all this.
Did Heather have any enemies, an obsessive client, or anything?
I suppose anything is possible, but not likely. I screen our clients very carefully, and I keep very careful records.
How does this business work exactly?
There's no bedroom upstairs, if that's what you are asking. I own several apartments in the city. I give the girls room and board in exchange for the money they receive. Some of them skim, hell, all of them skim, but I make sure to treat them well. They treat me well in return.
If you kept careful records, does that mean you have a list of Heather's clients somewhere?
No. I'm sorry, but no.
Don't you want to know what happened to Heather? That client list could help.
You have no reason to suspect one of her clients had anything to do with it. You can't even tell me how she died. I won't betray my client's trust based on a flimsy guess.
I really need that client list.
Absolutely not. I give a premium product, and our clients expect premium service. Privacy is part of that service. That client list stays in my office where it belongs.
Where is your office? Is it, close enough that a ghost linked to me could poke his nose in?
Well, I guess that's everything.
Sorry I can't help you. For what it's worth, I liked Heather. I'm sad she's dead. I suppose a drink to her memory is in order. Care to join me?
Thanks, but no.
More for me then. Denise, one gimlet, please. You know how I like it.
Yes, exactly. Staying with her would be the perfect cover. Sit down with her and have a drink while Jojo snoops about.
It's Ray's martini glass.
Can we blow it over?
How odd. Denise, could you get that for me?
Oh, that actually worked.
Looks like the kind of place where old men would read newspapers. If people still read newspapers anyway.
Coming from a former order.
A painting of a woman in Victorian dress. Some vintage posters of a German crooner. Looks to be 50 years old. Some vintage posters of a German crooner. No. I've been walking nonstop for 2 straight nights in the snow. I don't want to see how I look.
Yes, neither Ray nor the bartender.
Looks comfortable. Shame I'm not here for fun.
So that's Ray, huh? Interesting lady. A young woman tending the bar. She doesn't look happy to be there.
Let's see what he has to say.
Some hack actor. Nice tie, though. I don't know who that woman is, but it's dedicated to someone named Mistress B. It's a bunch of hearts. Can't really say anything else about it.
Set off the emergency exit.
A trash dumpster covered in ice. I'm not phasing through a dumpster to look at garbage. I might be dead, but I do have some standards.
Yeah, but the garbage might be useful, Joey.
Don't know what I can do with it.
Just keep floating, Joey.
We don't have time to explore this place. It's hard to see inside.
This must be Ray's office.
Looks like a bunch of phone numbers and addresses. Nothing relevant. Pictures of important looking people. I don't recognize any of them. Pictures of young women in interesting poses.
Ray's former workers, or current workers, I assume.
Just your standard trash can. Another one of those computer things.
Will you ever get used to them, Joey?
A painting of a young and attractive woman in a state of undress. I don't recognize the model, but for some reason she looks familiar.
Oh, now I see, yeah.
Nice couch. I suppose it's comfortable if you care about that kind of thing. Tacky, but tasteful, I guess.
Yeah, there's the door. House?
Huh, cute trick. There's a door hidden in the wall. I can't see it, but it goes into a secret office.
It was nice of them to show the light in the other scene.
Hope she keeps her hands off the booze. We need to keep focused.
It's completely seamless. If there's a door here, I can't find it. Joey.
What is it this time?
You think they'd have coffee in a place like this?
Only with whiskey in it, maybe.
So what I'm hearing is still coffee.
not just gonna blow on everything I see.
Oh, that one piece of paper didn't look too carefully attached. I guess that's why it started. The first time we were out here, it started at the top and panned down. Maybe that was hinting at us that we could float up.
We don't have time to explore this place floor by floor. A fire escape ladder.
Yeah. It's like we don't have time. I mean, I don't know. Are we really thinking that our man, Steve, would
We don't have time to explore.
figure out who he was that quickly? Maybe. Peter. Why did I say Steve? I meant Peter.
Hey, this is Peter. You know what to do.
If I splash the coffee on the wall, it'll help me see the seams.
I don't have much coffee left. I don't want to waste it.
Well,
If there's a door here, it's really well hidden.
buy some more coffee, even if it does have whiskey in it. Oops. Hey, you can't look at it.
There's a door hidden in the wall. I can't see it, but it goes into a secret office. Just your standard trash can.
And
Looks like a bunch of phone numbers and addresses. Nothing relevant.
twist the table leg 3 times and push the secret lever. I was thinking we could. Yeah. Well, then there's something to interact with here.
I'm not here to relax. I'm not here to sit around.
Nope, still a ghost. Still can't pick that up. All I'll see is a whole load of nothing.
I think that was why what's her name? Why Heather could tell that we didn't know Ray. It was because Joey used male pronouns. Rosa found her own way out. Now, oops. I was trying to exit, damn it, Joey. Joey comes and goes. Oh, we still haven't looked at Peter's apartment.
The front door. It's locked. Typical.
If you'd be so good, Master Malone. Oh. New residents. New residents who like their pizza.
Yuck, who knows how long that's been lying around.
Apparently people in New York like pizza.
It's a painting of a young woman. No idea who she is. A painting of a country home. Some kind of farm, maybe? Looks quaint, in any case. She looks like she stopped caring about anything years ago.
Except pizza. Everybody cares about pizza. Filth.
After seeing the state of this joint, Red's place doesn't seem so bad.
You should tell her that, Joey. I'm sure she'd appreciate it. The rats know. If you need more information from Newfoundland.com, you can find us on the internet at rats.com. Pizza emote, nice. I wonder if we're going to actually see some rats here, Dame Karen. Not a lot we can do. Wait, papers. Pizza. Probation something. Dear Ms. Something. As your probation officer, I am bound to report your absence from our meetings to the proper authorities. I understand your desire to get your head together after the events of the Carth House, but I'm afraid I must follow a formal process. Your next appointment is January 10th, 2014. If you attend this and every subsequent meeting promptly and in a proper spirit, I can have your absence from the previous appointments excused. Carol Nowak. How does it all relate? I wonder if ghost breath is enough to move a slice of pizza. I really doubt it, but I mean, we moved a jump drive earlier. Oh yeah, those were some pretty good emotes. Great White Knoll. I remember if we looked this up. City Post Real Estate, Carth House. This beauty of a wreck aptly describes this raw canvas for you to create your dream home. You've always wanted to start from scratch, and here's your chance. close to all major subways, and is pet friendly. Price is very sensibly in accordance to condition at $4,532,000. Jeez. Apparently, real estate in New York is a bit much. Yeah. I mean, I'd buy it if I had the money. Actually, now I'd probably spend money on something else. Oh. Okay. Oh, right, we can get the cops to tell us the lady's name. No need to blow on pizza at all. Feel that? Oh, real estate prices. Yeah. Oh, were you looking for a place in New York, Dame Karen? I'll ask a friend of mine up there to keep an ear out for anything reasonably priced, you know. I understand some of the buildings are as low as $2 million on a good day. But, you know. If you want 4 walls, then you gotta go up in price a little bit. What can we say? Inflation. Yeah. I mean, if the pizza's too hot, when you're gonna sit around to wait for it to get cold? No, you blow on. Expedite the process. Physics. But no, I mean, rather than having Joey blow the slice of pizza off her paper, we can hopefully just have the police tell us the woman's name. Besides, I feel like a piece of pizza would be too heavy. Yeah, same here. I'm not looking for real estate at this point. Some of my friends are like, or 1 or 2 people I know from grad school and stuff are like, yeah, making an offer on a house. Be like, oh, are you just fabulously rich, or is it in a very dangerous part of town far out in the country?
Pretty solid. No way I'm getting.
I don't know, because I mean, you can blow. I was kind of surprised blowing the martini glass off the table worked, but he was able to blow like a flash drive early in the game, but that's still gonna be lighter than a slice of pizza.
Excuse me, Heather?
Oh, hi. What's up?
So, tell me about this Ray character.
I really shouldn't. Ray is really exclusive with the clients we're given. I shouldn't have told you the name.
This case number mean?
I don't think so. Sorry.
Didn't think there would. Especially since I was here.
Well, Heather?
Sure. Drop by anytime.
That time it looked like he phased into Rosa. Yeah. When you're at a loss or when you need help, just go to the gun bulls. They're there to help. Everybody knows that.
Officer Palmer?
Yeah, Gav. What can I do for you?
Even they are kind of dicks about it.
If I gave you a parole case number, could you look up who it belongs to?
I can't now. Sorry.
It was worth a try. Thanks anyway.
Yeah. Joey doesn't always get the whole personal space thing. And to being dead a while, you kind of forget.
If I gave you a parole case...
I can't.
It was worth...
but we know the address.
Well, I'd better go. Thanks for the help.
Sure.
Hello, Dojilon. Welcome in. How are you doing today? I haven't checked our email in a bit, and nothing new. Oh, and hey, Captain Thaco. Welcome. How's your night going? Bean. Yeah. I'm alright, thanks. Bean. Damn it, now I want refried beans. Figure out, haven't we tried to combine anything in a bit?
I don't think those are connected in any way.
Oh wait, we can look at the card file, can't we?
Bingo. The case number is listed in this file. It belongs to a Maggie Fielding. It appears she was picked up in the raid on the Carth house. She was brought in for an emergency detox and forced to go into rehab. It lists one known family member, a brother, Peter Fielding.
Interesting coincidence. Maggie Fielding, you say? Yeah. Roll for initiative, and then roll for random encounter on the way. Else we can combine? Well.
They both worked for the Good Morning Show.
Yeah. Tell me something I don't know.
Heather Goffstein. She worked for Ray, and now she's dead. Maggie and Peter are brother and sister.
Oops.
Coming.
No. I meant switch
Yeah.
characters, but that works.
You're Peter's sister, Maggie, right?
Sure. Fine, you got me.
Why couldn't you just tell me that before?
Because I'm trying to get healthy,
Because I didn't talk to
working
her
through the
before.
program, admitting I have a problem, just like my sponsor says. All that is the first step. I'm still working on the rest. Talking about Peter, that's step 5. I'm not ready. It's nothing personal. I just need to avoid thinking about him for a while.
And you're doing that by living in his apartment.
It's just temporary. I have nowhere else to go. And besides, what difference does it make? He's gone. He had a stupid accident, and now he's gone.
That's just it, Maggie. It might not have been an accident.
No. Whatever you're thinking, no. I need this to be over, you understand?
Then we need to talk. You can call your sponsor if you want to.
Screw my sponsor. Let's do this. So, talk.
Can I have a slice of pizza? I haven't eaten in a while.
What do you know about Peter's death?
Just what I was told. That he was fixing a light bulb and fell off the ladder. I remember thinking it was a pretty stupid way to go, especially for him.
How do you mean?
Did you know the guy? He was obsessed with health. To die just falling off a ladder? I always thought he'd outlive the world.
Why is Peter such a sore subject with you?
That's between me and him, or his ghost, or whatever.
It might help to talk about it.
I'm still working through the program. Talking about it is step number 5. I'm not ready for it yet.
Well, since you brought up his ghost...
Could you tell me about your father? He opened the gym, right?
Sure.
Could you tell me anything else about him?
If you want to know about him, you'll have to ask him yourself. Here's his address. He's always home.
Oh, thanks. Another lead. How many fitness instructors does it take to change a light bulb? Well, more than one, evidently. More than one.
So, what are you watching?
I don't know, some animated thing. Not normally into cartoons, but the ratings say it's good.
Is it?
I guess. They changed the main character's voice after the first episode, but it's not bad. Keeps my mind off, well, the stuff you keep bringing up.
Sounds like a reference to the games, because they did that. Man, this game is pretty involved. Fairly complicated plot.
Tell me about yourself.
Opening up is step number 5. I am nowhere near ready yet.
Like everything is step number 5.
Do you know anyone named Ray?
I'm sure I might, but I can't think of anyone.
I mean, Rosa herself, in the first game, she was played by Sandy Chen, and then ever since then she's been played by Rebecca Whitaker. Who, I gotta say, I like this voice actress. But yeah, is living in filth step number 2. Step 3, cleaning up the filth. Step 4, cleaning up the internal filth. Step 5, opening up. Step 6, realizing you're dead. Step 7, fleeing the thing trying to kill your soul. I don't know. I mean, I think the first voice actress wasn't... I don't think she was bad, but she wasn't as good as this one. And... I think she might have been busy. I'd started to look it up I think she might have been too busy when they got to the third game. Because Rosa wasn't in the second game, so that might have been part of it too. Like, yeah, between the first game and the third game, several years had passed. I don't know. But then they got the new voice actress to redo the voice for the first game, for like the digital re-release. But we played the original, because that was what I had. Oh yeah, the fitness instructor wants all the attractive ladies in the gym to help him change the light bulb. What else can we ask her about?
How long was Peter working at the gym?
About 20 years. Never thought he'd do it.
Why?
Don't know. He seemed to drift around for a long time. He was a teacher, waiter, construction worker, you name it. Then one day, he decides that taking over Dad's gym is what he has to do. Now the gym is a neighborhood staple. Made it more popular than Dad ever did. Good for him, I guess.
She doesn't sound happy for him. Wait, which was an episode of Columbo Great White Knoll? Oh, it's the thing about the fitness instructor and the women in the gym. You know, I've never actually seen an episode of Columbo, which is bizarre for the amount of times it gets referenced. I should poke around, see if I can find one. I get the DVD.
Is there anything else you can
I haven't spoken to him in years. I never wanted to, but here I am, surrounded by all his gym crap. I suppose if I want to get healthy, This is the place to do it.
Columbo is usually pretty good. I figured. Oh no, the actor died. Oh, that's sad. Hey, Team Wildwood, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, I figured Columbo would be good. It ran for a good while. But you guys should check out Team Wildwood, who plays a lot of RPG games. Final Fantasy series in particular. How's it going, Wildwood? What have you been playing recently? Oops. The gaming's going well, thanks. Very much enjoying this. Yeah, my pleasure.
Well, I'd better get going.
Sure, you know the way.
Maybe. Maybe we should go talk to the father.
Wait, this is Greenwood Cemetery.
Talk to the father. But you know, we just might be able to.
This tombstone is faded and hard to read.
Yeah. The darn Mackie. Here we are. Connor Lawrence Fielding, husband, soldier, father. 32 through 93. And that we get to keep asking them about the father makes me think it's important.
It's a little structure overlooking the lake.
The dread gazebo, if you will.
There are a lot of family crypts in this cemetery, some going back 100 years. Joey.
What is it?
Funny that we've never been to a graveyard before. I mean, considering.
Not really. Spooks generally avoid thinking about death. But in a place like this, it's hard to think about anything but.
Yeah. But you're not your standard ghost, you know, Joey. Oh yeah. Some RPG playing friends told me about that back in undergrad, and I always thought, oh, that's one of the funniest things ever.
It must be nice to work in your family's business.
That's what you do, isn't it?
It's not the same thing.
I'm technically working in the Blackwell's family business for a couple generations now. Yeah, throw a fireball at it, but I doubt it would do anything. It's a gazebo.
Maggie doesn't seem all that eager to talk to me.
Don't take it personally, sweetheart. I don't think she's eager to talk to anybody.
Ray wasn't quite what I expected.
What did you expect?
I don't know, not that.
Oh, wait. Search. I'm gonna go back there. I tried to call Michael, right? I assume he's focused on the server.
No answer.
Should we? see what Peter can tell us about his family. Well, we've scheduled a session with him. No deposit required.
Hey, Peter?
Hey man, what can I do for you?
I heard about your old man. I'm sorry.
It was over 20 years ago. We all have to move on.
That's my plan, Peter.
Taking your sweet time about it, Joey.
Well, I'll see you around.
You got it.
Hey, Peter?
Hey man.
So, tell
My dad, he built this gym from the ground up. He was a military guy. It was hard for me to relate to him until I joined him in the running of this place. He might be gone, but he lives on here. I make sure of it.
Joey, didn't he just say his father died more than 20 years ago? It's been 20 years since he started running the gym. I must have something wrong here.
So, tell me about
My dad, he was a military guy. It was hard for me to relate to him. He might be gone. I make sure of it.
So, did you know your sister is staying in your apartment?
She is. Of course she is. She probably fell off the wagon again. Just stay out of her way.
So what can you tell me about Maggie?
She's my sister.
Anything else?
What's to say? Some of us find our way, some of us don't. I was lucky. Maggie wasn't.
Yeah, is it possible his father's ghost is here?
So what can you tell me about...
She's my sister.
Anything else?
What's to say? I was lucky.
So, tell me about your dad.
My dad, he built this. He was a military guy. It was hard for me to relate to him until I joined him in the running of this place. He might be gone, but he lives on here. I make sure of it.
But now you live on here.
Can you tell me anything about...
It's been a while, and I didn't speak to her much back in those days anyway. Sorry.
Well, I'll see you around.
You got it. I'll be here. I just gotta see what's wrong with this damn light.
Try having another chat with Maggie.
Oh, coming. Oh, sure, come on in.
So your father is dead.
Yep.
Why didn't you just say that instead of sending me to the cemetery?
The only person to visit Dad was Peter, and he can't do that anymore. I figured Dad could use the company.
Really?
No, not really. I told you, there are things I can't talk about yet.
You said Peter visited the cemetery.
Once a year, on the anniversary of Dad's death. Peter was a damn saint.
You said Peter...
Once a year, Peter...
Can you tell me about your father?
He died over 20 years ago. I don't see how it's relevant to Pete.
Well, I'd better get going.
Sure, you know the way.
If we get Peter to the cemetery... maybe reschedule the date of his father's death. How long is that lady gonna keep running?
Hey, Peter?
Hey, man.
Say, can we reschedule that training?
Sure, we can do that. Let's go check the calendar outside. How about Wednesday at 2:30?
Sure, sounds good.
Great, see you then. Don't forget to stretch this time, Elizabeth.
A calendar with a marker pen attached. Looks to be in his 50s. He obviously worked out. Hey, Peter?
Hey, man, what can I do for you?
So, tell me.
My dad. He built this. He might be gone, but he lives on here. I make sure of it.
Well, I'll see you.
You got it.
No, Lisbeth doesn't care about him. Stretching or resting or eating. Again, I say, cyborg. Only explanation I can think of.
Get over here. I got something to say.
What?
You want to get a few rounds in while we're here?
I'm not exactly dressed for the gym, Joey.
Excuses, excuses.
Well, why don't you go in and get a few rounds in, Joey? I assume that won't make you very fatigued.
Is it just me, or does Maggie scream daddy issues?
Maybe. Whoever her father was, we should find out more about him.
Pretty legit. Who's Connor Fielding? Yeah, plenty of time for right. I thought she just meant, like, you know, find out more about him. Let me see anything.
Connor Fielding is Maggie Fielding's father. Connor Fielding is the father of Maggie and Peter. He's dead and buried at Greenwood Cemetery.
I'll be able to figure this out.
Officer Palmer?
Yeah, what can I do for you?
Do you have any information on a Maggie Fielding?
Let me check. Maggie Fielding. Yeah, she was picked up in a raid not too long ago.
A raid?
A drug den in Chelsea. Some dump called the Carth House.
I know it.
Huh. Of course you do.
Anything else?
Just that she and about a dozen others were sent to the hospital for a detox. They were processed and let go.
That's it?
That's it.
Except for, what's her name, Mary Meehan.
Is there anything in the system about a Connor Fielding? He died about 20 years ago.
Let's see. Our records from back then are a bit spotty, but can't hurt to check.
You should digitize them.
No, nothing comes up, but it's a very common name. Is there anything specific you can tell me about him?
He was in the Army.
Oh, then there might be something in the Veterans Association records.
Aren't those public?
Not everything. But fortunately for you, I can access everything. Okay. Archived records. Connor Fielding. Oh, seriously?
What's wrong?
Idiots. They had no idea how to archive data back then. I can only look them up by service number. You don't know it, do you?
I don't. Sorry.
Well, once you know it, let me know.
The United States Army in the 1930s was such idiots. You know, that was when he was born. And then when he joined the Army. 50s, maybe. Korean War vet.
Well, I'd better go. Thanks for the help.
Sure.
Excuse me.
It says members only. It seems to open with a key card.
Looks like that picture frame fell off the wall. I'm not just gonna blow on everything I see.
Rose are just staring through the door creepily. Do you feel like it's something one shouldn't do at gyms? Or many places.
Hey, Peter?
Hey man, what can I do for you?
So, tell me about your dad.
My dad. He built this gym from the ground up. He was a military guy. It was hard for me to relate to him until he might be gone. I make sure of it.
Yeah.
Say, can we?
Sure, we can do that. Let's go check the calendar outside.
Maybe that's just a way to get him out of the room once we get Rosa in here.
How about Wednesday at 2:30?
Sure, sounds good.
Great, see you then. Don't forget to stretch this time, Lisbeth.
That even is Lisbeth. It's weird. It looks like he's trying to possess Rosa. Nothing about the gym itself. Could turn over that picture. If it's a picture of his father. Wait. There wasn't Eager not to be left behind, Joey quickly slides through the door.
Oh, coming. Oh, sure, come on in.
Can you tell me about your father?
He died over 20 years ago. I don't...
Well, I'd better...
Sure.
A painting of a country home, some kind of farm. I can't smell them, but even I can tell those flowers are fake.
Hey, well, some fake flowers smell, so how would you know, Joey?
I am intrigued, my host. Most in your position would find their faith quite shaken.
Really? For me, it's just the opposite. Your presence here, everything we saw, as terrifying as it was. I mean, you're dead. And so is Joey here. You're not just figments of my imagination. It proves that the soul exists. We don't just shut off when we die. There is something at our core, something precious and sacred and must be protected.
I suppose that is one way of looking at it.
It is the only way of looking at it.
She's just standing there, dripping water on the floor. Madeline. The last time we met, she helped me out of the void. I suppose I owe her one.
Well, you brought her back from the void, so...
Hey, Maddie?
Yes, Malone.
She doesn't like being called Maddie, does she?
So, you and Michael seem to be getting along better?
Indeed. He has proven to be quite eager to pursue the duty. That is, assuming he survives this ordeal.
We're working on it, Maddie. We're working on it. So, what's your plan for after this is all done?
Convince my host to leave the city, I suppose. There is no need for two bestowers here. Or perhaps your host can be persuaded to relocate.
What do you think, Red? You want to leave New York? Maybe go to Europe?
My apartment is rent controlled, Joey. What do you think?
There you go.
Economics decided it.
Do you really think we can stop whatever this is?
I do hope so. For my host's sake, at the very least.
So we never really talked about the Countess.
I am aware. I have purposely avoided the subject.
Why's that?
She banished me, Malone. Left me alone in an infinite void of nothing. I may have forgiven her. I may even understand her motives. But I cannot bear to think of her. Not yet. Please don't ask about her again.
Okay. Must have been a shock from when Madeline was able to see the Countess in her, on the state we saw her in, after she died. I don't know, does Joey remember that Madeline and Jocelyn, the Countess, helped him.
Right. We're gonna take off, plan our next move.
Of course. We will be here.
Hey, Michael?
Yeah?
Do you know a Connor Fielding?
Sadly, no. I'm sorry.
Do you know Maggie Fielding, Peter's sister?
Sadly, no. I'm sorry.
How did the Countess have, which power, Dame Karen?
Heather was working for someone named Ray. Did she ever mention that name?
Sadly, no. I'm sorry.
Oh, and you mean how did the Countess have the power to banish Madeline to the void? Right, it was the Countess went to the threshold of eternity and helped Joey cross over, and then she stayed there for a little bit to take a break, and Madeline came in through the portal looking for her, and faced with the life of having to help ghosts, Jocelyn, or the Countess, decided she didn't want that, so she walked back through the portal to the world, meaning it automatically closed while Madeline was still on the threshold of eternity, and then it just left Madeline in the void.
We're gonna head back out now.
Godspeed.
And then we don't really know what happened to the Countess in the intervening years, but it seemed to drive her mad. Unless I'm mistaken, her first victim was the man who she tried to transfer her connection with Madeline over to. But years later... I wonder how much of that all got explained. That's a good question. We don't know how he's still here. Maybe he didn't fully cross over or was dragged back. Because didn't the Countess... Somebody said... I think it was the Countess said that after Lauren killed her, she tried to cross over but came back. Yeah, because then I kept thinking, even though Rosa helped her cross over, it's like, was she going to come back and cause more trouble?
Can we talk?
What?
Is it just me, or does Maggie scream daddy issues?
Maybe. Whoever her father was, we should find out more about him.
The location of the Veterans Administration. I don't know if they could look it up if we didn't have his number. Yeah, I know. The games are so well written, so interconnected. know we need to figure out what's his name's. We need to figure out Connor's service number. We know that Peter visited Connor. The cemetery. See if the gravestone gives any other clues. No, none that I can see. Yeah, I suppose it's a bit chilly to go wandering the cemetery too much.
Hey, you can't go out that way. Sorry.
I assume. Oh. The bartender stops us from going that way, but doesn't care if we go upstairs to read newspapers, which no one reads anymore. Joey, can you please give the nice lady pimp a martini? Blown, not stirred.
Oh, Miss Butterfingers tonight. Oh, Denise.
So that's what Miss B stands for. Don't be alarmed, don't be alarmed. It's not alarmed.
Damn it! It's locked from the inside.
Uh-oh, and me without my coat. I could freeze to death.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. It only opens a bit, but it appears to be empty. Ow! I don't know what that was supposed to do, aside from making me walk with a limp.
Yeah, a blown martini. Kicking the dumpster. What is this, full throttle? I don't even know what it would be, but it sounds terrible.
Oof, it won't budge.
Hey, Joey, help me put... Never mind. You're running a star on the icy dumpster.
Okay, you can do this. Let's see. Okay, let's see.
I don't think you'll get a game over, but... Oh, she's fine.
Really glad Joey wasn't around to see that.
She didn't even lose her glasses. Well, that would cause more extensive injuries in real life.
Okay, you can do this. Let's see.
jumps off of dumpsters. Yeah.
Okay, you can do this. Let's see.
Maybe if you'd gone to the gym, you would be able to better handle this, Rosa. But no, you were like, I don't have a membership, and it's late at night, and I haven't slept in 2 days, and it's freezing, and we're trying to keep people from having their souls destroyed. And now, you can't jump off an icy dumpster and grab a fire escape ladder. I feel like as a New Yorker, you should be prepared for this.
Okay, let's see.
What if none of these work?
Okay, let's see.
Yes, well, our inventory is a little bit limited.
Oof, it won't budge.
Can't really open it. Or we can open it just enough for a scientist hiding inside to peek out.
Joey?
You bellowed?
A fire escape ladder. I use this to help spooks move on. It's the only part of me that Red can touch. I'm not just gonna blow on everything I see.
Yeah, that looked like a painful spill. She mentioned Joey not being
I'm not
able to see
phasing
that.
through it. I might be dead, but I do have some standards.
One or two, Joey, one or two.
Oof, it won't.
Yes, well, maybe you tried putting your back into it more.
You're not seriously going to try that, are you?
Quiet. Let me concentrate.
Not saying a word. Not one word.
Yo, that was 7.
Joey,
What is it this time?
whoever Maggie and Peter's father was, he seemed to mean a lot to both of them.
I guess we should find out more about him.
Well, here we are, stuck in an alley next to a dumpster.
First class all the way. That's us.
Yeah.
Locked. Of course it is.
Can't have that many standards, Joey.
Trying to keep warm.
Right. Carry on.
That's what he was saying.
Damn it! It's locked from the inside.
So that's the game letting us know there is a way out of this alley. Wait.
An old dish rag.
So something that can be picked up.
Cleaning the dumpster is pointless, especially.
It's clean enough because it's covered in ice, and ice is water. We use water to clean things. What do you know? If you have dirty dishes, why wash them? Just put them outside in the ice and snow. And then they'll be clean because water. Wanna kick the dumpster? Okay, don't you, love?
Ow! I don't know what that was supposed to do, aside from making me walk with a limp.
Joey is not even paying attention.
I don't need to clean that.
Yeah. Thought it might have been something, but yeah. It's one of those options they give you in games, like, obviously, this is not useful in any way, shape, or form, but they gave it to us. So it must be. Yeah, we can throw away the dregs of our coffee cup.
It's now a puddle of foul, coffee-flavored water, but at least it's melted.
We come from the land of ice and snow, where the dishes need cleaning, but Rosa says no. Yeah, but that was a good idea, Dojilon. We got rid of the coffee.
Gross. I'd better clean that up before it freezes again.
You just poured it out. Why? Am I missing something here, other than try everything? Oh wait, if we stand on the coffee sludge, we won't slip on the ice.
I'll never clean that sludge off by hand. Not to mention, ew.
Oh, or maybe it's melted the ice and now we need to clean the sludge off. And then we can stand on it.
I think I got it all,
That
but I'm
actually
not
works.
carrying around this wet rag. Good thing there's a dumpster here.
From dumpster thou art, and to dumpster thou shalt return.
Are you sure you want to do that again?
Shut up. Let me concentrate.
Entirely different matter now. Coffee sludge.
Huh?
Oh.
How did you do that?
I flew.
Oh. That actually worked. Oh, wait, now I gotta open the window. Oh, good, it opened.
You know, we've been through a lot, you and I. But sneaking into the secret office of a known flesh peddler, this tops the list.
Flesh peddler. Is that what they called them in the 20s? Flesh peddlers? I don't know, I kind of like it. Suppose it's better than older terms like barkeep. Is that Elizabethan? I think. Where did I get it from? A late 90s faux medieval first person game.
Okay, let's see here. Client list, client list. You're kidding me.
What?
It's a text file, clientlist.txt.
And that's good?
Good for us. All I need to do is transfer the file to this memory stick.
Oh, we still have a memory stick. Clientlist.txt. Yeah, for all your secret doors in the wall, you could
And
have
we've got
better
it.
security.
Some security.
I guess with this secret door and paying off the police, she didn't feel the need for any more.
That and she's a bit old. She might not know a lot about computers.
Huh, I can relate.
Yeah, just like Joey. That's amazing, Hairball. Sponge of our gods drives us on to new plates. Scrubbing and fighting, washing and drying, she won't do them. Yeah, so who knows? That's a correct term from the early 20th century, if that's just another Joey Maloneism. That was amazing, Hairball. When is this song going to get a recording?
It doesn't look like there's anything interesting in Ray's trash can. I shouldn't disturb Ray's things. I don't want her to know I was in here.
What if she did?
Is that? Yes, it's a painting of Ray. A much younger Ray, but still Ray.
Oh. He said occasionally one of the prostitutes flourishes like she did. I guess that's how she started out.
No point in going back. I can't get back down the ladder.
I think that'd be easier than getting up.
Ahem.
Oh. Hi.
Oh.
I was just testing out your security.
Is that right? I've been meaning to glue that window shut. I suppose I should thank you. But first, give me that memory stick.
Here.
Thank you. Now get your coat and leave.
And I'd almost gone a full 3 hours without a restraining order.
Well, the night's still young.
And I need another cup of coffee.
Yeah. Awkward. Did we give her the right memory stick? Jeez. I guess that's a dead end. Dag. Have it. Gonna email it to ourselves. Oh. We do have the client list?
I don't think those are connected in any way. If there's a connection, I don't see it.
Oops.
A James Peebles is listed as being a client of Ray's, and the girl he saw was Heather Goffstein.
Well, this just got juicy.
Intriguing. Let's head back to the TV news station. After we finish. Yeah, that's the only one needs to cross-reference. Good to know. Was it?
Hi, Mr. Peebles?
Yes.
Hello. Rosangela, was it? What can I do for you?
A local film, a big local TV news producer. Goes to ladies of the night who wind up dead.
Jim, I know everything.
Sorry?
I know who Heather is and what she did for a living. I also know that you procured her services. There was a note in Tanya's apartment that said, "I know about Heather." It was signed J.
That could have been anybody.
Do you really expect me to believe that now?
No, I don't.
Tell me about your involvement with Heather.
God, it was over 25 years ago. Working the late shift, sleeping during the day, Who has time for a social life? So, yes, I found other ways to meet my needs. Heather was one of them. I'm not proud of it, but I make no excuses for it either.
You said it was 25 years ago, so you stopped seeing her.
She quit the business. I didn't know what happened to her until she walked in that door. The new face of Good Morning, Tanya Corsi.
Tanya?
Yeah, the name was different. The hair was different. The whole attitude was different. But I knew.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight.
I mean, there's not a lot of wiggle room between these three options. But can they be? And who is the young prostitute? Huh. Is it possible Heather and Tanya are the same person?
Heather and Tanya are one and the same?
You didn't know? Isn't that what all this is about? She reinvented herself, changed her looks, got a gig as a weather girl, worked her way up to this newsroom, worked here for years, and never knew who I was until I told her.
Until you blackmailed her, you mean?
Look, 30 years I've been here, and I haven't moved from this damn desk. I saw an opportunity, and I took it. So, I wrote her that note. I threatened to expose her past.
Yes.
I didn't know what to expect, but I didn't expect her to go home and for that to happen. They said she fell in the shower because she was drunk, but she was only drunk because of me. So what now?
Kind of feel like I should tell the police he threatened. But also, I'm not convinced that she did die of an accident because of him.
It's completely up to you. I'm not going to do anything.
You're not.
I got what I came here for.
Rest is moral fiber.
Very profound, Red. Very profound. Ever think of getting into fortune cookies?
I'm only thinking of getting my coffee refilled.
That's my girl, always planning ahead.
She killed off her past so thoroughly that it became its own ghost?
I suppose so.
I didn't know ghosts could do that.
What? You read the rule book? Because I sure haven't. If we got a split spook on our hands, we gotta put him back together.
Wow. Fascinating. Oops.
Pretty solid. No. Pretty solid.
I should find a stopping place soon, shouldn't I? I'm enjoying it so much.
Nice looking girl. Excuse me, Heather.
Oh, hi. What's up?
She killed her past so thoroughly that it became its own ghost.
Look, I know who you are.
What do you mean?
You're Tanya Corsi, or at least you're gonna be.
You're making no sense. I'm me. I'm Heather. Maybe I'm not sure who that is yet, but I know it's me.
Look.
What do you mean?
You're Tanya.
I'm me.
Do you know what Tanya...
I don't think so.
I mean, we gotta go to Tanya.
Well, Heather?
Sure. Drop by anytime.
I'm looking for the similarities between them. I did wonder, because she seemed pretty young. I figured Heather would be at least in her 40s now. And they said it's been exactly close to 20 years. I wonder if I'll ever have to go into the lobby again. Get stared at by a suspicious doorman with a big mustache.
Hi there.
Hello again, mister. What brings you by?
Listen, Tanya, I know who you are.
We've already covered this, haven't we?
No, I mean who you really are. You're Heather Goffstein. Or at least you were.
I told you, I don't know any Heather.
Tanya.
I don't know any Heather because Heather is gone. Heather is dead. She doesn't exist anymore. She can't.
I'm sorry, Tanya, but she does.
What do you want? Money? A promotion? Like Jim?
No, I just want you to come with me. There's someone you need to meet.
I don't have a choice, do I? Fine, lead on. But remember this, Peter didn't just teach me how to do Pilates. Take me anywhere funny, and you'll be looking at a broken nose.
I wouldn't dream of it.
I'm not taking you anywhere funny. Let's sneak into the deserted garden next to a house of ill repute late at night in a snowstorm. All completely above board.
Why are we going out there?
Just trust me.
Trust you. That's rich.
Joey turning on the charm. I know, it is pretty weird, Dame Karen.
You. I saw you on the roof earlier. Are you in league with this man?
Kind of?
2 blackmailers instead of 1. This is just great.
I'm so shocked to be accused of being in league with Joey. It does seem inconsistent, but maybe they can explain why it's... Yeah. That's the way it goes in this specific instance.
Where the hell are you taking me?
Just follow us, okay?
Can I at least call my car service?
I don't think that's possible.
What do you mean?
She means that they'd never come in this weather. It's better to walk. Come on.
Been walking everywhere this whole time. Damn.
Where are we going?
It's just up this way.
Wait. I know this building. I used to live here, back when I was... Why did you bring me here? Whatever you brought me here for, get on with it.
Beyond the garden gate. 6 times a week and twice
Tanya,
on Sundays.
there's someone you need to meet.
There's nobody here I want to see, I assure you.
Even still, I just need you to follow me. Then we can forget about this whole thing.
Fine.
Hey, Heather?
Hey, who's your friend?
What is this? Who are you? Answer me.
Heather Goffstein? Who are you?
No. No. This is insane. I'm going insane.
Sorry?
You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't exist.
What's your problem?
My problem? My problem is that I hate you.
Hate me? You don't even know me.
I destroyed you. I got rid of your name. I got rid of your hair. I would have gotten rid of your face if I could have afforded it.
You can't get rid of me that easily.
No kidding. For 20 years, I was free of you. And now you come breezing back.
Breezing back? From where?
First Jim wanted a promotion, and now this idiot here wants... I don't know what!
I don't want anything.
That's bull.
Huh?
You be quiet. Hey! Stop that!
Look at each other. You're the same person, give or take 20 years.
I don't understand.
I don't think I want to.
Tanya, what happened when you got Jim's note?
What note?
It's too late to deny it.
Nothing happened. I just wanted to forget.
Forget what?
Forget you. Forget this whole life I left behind.
Why? Why are you so ashamed of me? All this life, it's a part of who you were, who you become.
Will I ever be free of you?
Do you really want to be? I'm not a bad person. I'm just kinda lost. I know I'll find my way eventually. Isn't that the important thing? Well, isn't it?
Look at you. I really was beautiful once.
You're really beautiful now.
Damn straight. Wow.
You okay?
Okay. I haven't felt this good in years. It's like an espresso and a colonic all at once. Speaking of which, you can take your blackmail threat and shove it. And I'm gonna tell Jim the same thing. Maybe it'll end my career, or maybe it'll give me a book deal. Either way, I'm tired of hiding.
Tanya, listen.
No, I'm not Tanya anymore. Tanya died. She
what?
We... took 3 Valium with a vodka chaser. That's all I remember. You're not really a blackmailer, are you?
No, I'm not.
I'm dead?
I'm sorry.
If I'm dead, why do I feel sick to my stomach?
Listen, there's no time to explain. Just grab a hold of this.
What?
Just do it. That was interesting.
Totem, right.
Did it work?
Only one way to find out.
Oh, she's safe.
Hey, look who's here. Heather, safe and sound.
Safe. You were always an optimist, Michael.
Sorry, I know this is not exactly the reunion we expected after all this time. But you have no idea. I thought you were... Well, I explained that already.
So, Madeline, you got your spook. What have you learned?
It is interesting. This spirit is experiencing what would be considered nausea in a living person.
This spirit? I do have a name.
Apologies. She is being pulled. There is the signature of another spirit at work.
A signature?
Yes, I can see it. It is faint, but I can see it. Only the power of this circle is stopping it from gaining a foothold. Unfortunately, it is too faint for me to see anything useful, and we dare not lower the circle. I need to examine another soul, one that is marked like this one.
And by another soul, you mean Peter, don't you?
Peter? Peter Fielding?
Yes, his soul is still out there.
I see.
That's probably a good stopping place. Yeah. Been going for several hours. Oh, it's almost 1 a.m. How does that always happen? I kind of want to keep going, but work and all that lovely stuff. Life. It is a good game. I mean, like this whole series, I really love it. There's a weird twist about Heather basically having two separate spirits like that, killing her past so thoroughly. And that brings us to the end of more Blackwell Epiphany. Yeah, life gets in the way of streaming and gaming and many wonderful things. Well, work more specifically, but work and life join together, a sinister alliance. I'll have to try and figure out how much of the game is left, whether we'll finish it next week or it'll be two streams worth. Or more, but feels like it's not going to be more than one or two. I hope it's two. I don't want it to end. Yeah, I covered all the big announcements earlier in the stream. Before we find somebody to raid, to give you guys an idea of what's coming up. I'll try and do another bonus stream this week where we read more of The Circular Staircase, featuring a different lady named Ray. And Wednesday, we'll continue Doom 2, killing more demons and killing more Nazis. Oh no. We beat both the secret levels in Doom 2, so I guess we won't get to kill any more Nazis this game. Oh, well, it was fun while it lasted. And then Saturday, well, a short horror Saturday, I was thinking, found one indie developer had an interesting looking game, and then I was thinking of just playing all 4 of the games they've made, which look pretty short. And Sunday, more Blackwell. But first, we have a redemption for Drink the Blood of a 1920s Child Star. Well, the fans have spoken, and yes, the blood of a 1920s child star is very sweet. But agreed, Blackwell Epiphany's gone to some odd places. And, yeah. I only have the blood of one 1920s child star, Shirley Temple. So I guess that's what we're drinking. I'm gonna, I don't know, go out to the Ralph's and be like, hey, do you got the blood of Jackie Coogan here? Yeah. I really don't know that many 1920s child stars. Was Mickey Rooney already acting in the 20s? Anyway. Boylan, Shirley Temple. When you're going to drink the blood of a 1920s child star, make sure you get that blood. Boylan. Tasty. I mean Little Rascals, but I don't know. I don't know many of their names. I feel like the ones from the talkie era are better known. So, speaking of which, I found out earlier this year that one of the Little Rascals is still alive, and that blew my mind. The guy who played Woim. Thanks for the redemption, Techie Rob. Boylan has good soda, made with real cane sugar. And yeah, and thank you to everybody who donated to the new Channel Points Community Challenge. Yeah. It just started today, so it'll be going on for a whole month. Oh, yeah, she was. Haven't seen that many Shirley Temple movies now that I think about it. Just a couple. Now I'm trying to remember which ones. She did start in the 20s, right? I hope I didn't have that wrong. God, maybe she didn't start till the 30s. Yeah, I go to film school, and do I even know cinema history? Not enough, obviously. And there are an obscene number of great movies I haven't seen. I'll get around to it. Oh, yeah. And I'll retweet that post on Twitter that Clicktopia made about the game I uploaded, Army of Darkness, so that, which I streamed before, but then it'll make it easier for everybody to play it. And I will upload Army of Darkness to Internet Archive as well. Oh, they played a lot of Shirley Temple movies during the day on broadcast TV. I don't think it was on basic cable at my grandmother's house that I saw my first one. Yeah, I was fairly young. It's called Captain January. I should rewatch that. Okay. We should find somebody to raid and call it a night, because it sure as hell is not a day. I mean, looking out the window, I make this inference. Yeah, I mean, I figure that's still something they'll air. Go to wholesome entertainment. Try and find someone new, or someone we haven't raided in a while. What's he playing? Yeah, looking out the window can tell you a great deal about whether it's day or night. It's not always infallible, especially in those twilight eras. Broadside is streaming Jagged Alliance 2, one of them turn-based RPGs. He's playing Shadow of the Ninja. He's playing Portal games. Oh, Blind Bandit is streaming. She doesn't stream this late. She's playing Pokemon Crystal. Is that one of the GBA ones? I can never keep them straight. We should raid her. She's a fellow legally blind streamer. Plays, games that are accessible to the visually impaired. There you go. Hey, thank you everybody for hanging out. I learned more of the Blackwell story. I appreciate everybody, the chatters, the lurkers, and everybody in between. And thank you guys so much for the resubs and also for the contributions to the community challenge. You guys can find me on Twitter and MySpace, where I post stream announcements, polls, random thoughts, and Yeah, that about covers it. And you can find streams or VODs of my past streams up on YouTube, for your viewing pleasure, archived for eternity, or until the cloud crashes. Knock on wood. Yeah, my pleasure, Dame Karen and Techie Rob. Appreciate you guys being here. So, I hope that you all have a good night. If you kill your past, may it not come back to haunt you. Say hi to Blind Bandit, and I'll see you guys here for audiobook reading or Doom 2, whichever comes first. Shirley Temple.